Greetings, everybody. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life. Want to remind everybody, hit the like, share, and subscribe button. There is a PayPal link down there for anybody that shares some love. Always appreciated. And the StreamYard link is pinned for anybody that wants to join the panel. Tonight, we're talking about the disturbing case of Jeff Younger, chemical castration, and transgender confusion. And in my opinion, it is a very disturbing case. And the disturbing part of it, though, is that it happens on a regular basis. And people are not seeing it for what it is, I don't think. So I'm going to point some things out here tonight. And the first thing I'm going to point out, and I'll drop the links to all of this stuff. So that y'all can do your own research. Here is a link to a video, and you can actually just put Little Albert experiment into your search engine and come up with several videos. But here's the one we're going to be reviewing tonight. And on that topic, I have a book here. It's called The 40 Studies That Changed Psychology. Explorations into the History and Psychological Research, 7th edition by Roger R. Hawk. And when it comes to the Little Albert experiment, this is what they have in writing in this book. Little Emotional Albert. Watson J.B. and Rayner R., 1920. Over a decade or over a century ago. Conditioned Emotional Responses, Journal of Experimental Psychology. Have you ever wondered where your emotions come from? If you have, you're not alone. The source of emotions has fascinated behavioral scientists throughout psychology's history. Part of the evidence for this fascination can be found in this book. 4 studies are included that relate directly to emotional responses. And I picked out the Little Albert one specifically because it's so fascinating that they would subject a 18-month-old child to an experiment. And then when we look at this experiment, as we see in the video, it's kind of downplayed without any time reference until you look into the history and look into the record of it and find out that it lasted a year and a half. This study by Watson and Rayner on conditioned emotional responses was a strikingly powerful piece of research when it was published nearly a century ago, and it continues to exert influence today. You would be hard-pressed to pick up a textbook on general psychology or on learning and behavior without finding a summary of the study's findings. And this is why I say an in-depth look will tell you a greater detail, but all you really find, unless you do your research, is the summaries. The importance of why I tell you, don't believe me, don't believe the neighbor, don't believe the government, for crying out loud, don't believe your mother. And here we say, don't believe all the summaries. Do your research so you know. The historical importance of this study is not solely due to the research findings, but also to the new psychological territory it pioneered. If we could be transported back to the turn of the century and get a feel for the state of psychology at the time, we would find it nearly completely dominated by the work of Sigmund Freud. Freud's psychoanalytical view of human behavior was based on the idea that we are motivated by unconscious instincts and repressed conflicts from early childhood. It's in simplified Freudian terms, behavior, thoughts, and emotions are generated internally through biological and instinctual processes. In the 1920s, a new movement in psychology known as behaviorism, spearheaded by Pavlov and Watson, began to take hold. The behaviorist viewpoint was radically opposed to the psychoanalytical school and proposed that behavior in general is generated outside the person through various environmental and situational stimuli, such as cultural traditions, things that are passed down. And even though they're passed down, we see many things in those cultural traditions that change, just like psychology changes. Everything changes. Therefore, Watson theorized emotional responses exist in us because we have been conditioned to respond emotionally to certain stimuli that we encounter. In other words, we learn our emotional reactions. We learn them. We learn our patriotism by attending 4th of July and being indoctrinated through propaganda through that culture. It's not a foundational culture. American patriotism is not a foundational culture. Oops. Do you see how even that changed? The culture seems to be religious, Christian, Catholic societies, Christianity. Watson in 1913 believed that all human behavior was a product of learning and conditioning, as he proclaimed in his famous statement, "Give me a dozen healthy infants, well formed, and my own special world to bring them up in. I'll guarantee to take any one at random and train him to become any type of specialist I might select. Doctor, lawyer, artist, merchant chief, and yes, beggar man and thief." We've been conditioned. We've been conditioned emotionally in forms such as patriotism, which is the very essence of, in this modern world, when we think about patriotism, it's a national patriotism. That's the false patriarch. And like I say, if you hire an attorney, it proves your incompetence. Would be the like thing. If you pay tribute to a false patriarch, then you're not paying tribute to the true patriarch, for you can't serve but one master. For if you do, you will love one and despise the other. It's about setting thine house in order and bringing a child up in the ways of the Lord, so he will not waver. So let's take a look at the first one, the Little Albert experiment, folks. 1920, as summarized by this 5.5-minute video.
The Little Albert experiment was a famous psychology experiment conducted by behaviorist John B. Watson and graduate student Rosalie Rayner. Previously, Russian physiologist Ivan Pavlov had conducted experiments demonstrating the conditioning process in dogs. Watson was interested in taking Pavlov's research further to show that emotional reactions could...
See, they first did it in dogs. See, we've been doing this since the dawn of time when man domesticated dogs, even birds. We build an emotional connection. That's what it's truly about.
Classically conditioned in people. Watson was a radical positivist. He thought that human behavior should be studied exclusively based on the behaviors that were already learned. Genetic, unconscious, or instinctive elements made no sense to him. He just wanted to study the behavior that he could actually observe. Watson was a researcher at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore. He began with the idea that most, if not all, human behavior could be explained by the person's learning history based on conditioning. Because of this, he thought it was a good idea to prove that Pavlov's conclusions could be applied to human beings as well. Watson went to an orphanage along with his assistant Rosalie Rayner. Then they picked an 8-month-old baby, the son of one of the nurses from the orphanage. He was very neglected and lived in a very cold, foul environment. The baby seemed excessively calm, though. The people there said he had barely ever cried since he had been born. This was the beginning of the Little Albert experiment. In the first phase of this experiment, they showed Albert different stimuli. The goal was to observe which one of them scare him. They noticed that he would feel frightened only when hearing loud sounds, which is something that is common in babies. Albert didn't show any signs of fear.
He was only scared when he heard loud sounds. He wasn't scared when he saw things. And so they conditioned him by then introducing the same things that he saw before and didn't have a problem with, by introducing those same things at the same time, making a loud noise.
In front of animals or fire. Then they began including fear by conditioning. They presented a white rat to Albert. At first, he wanted to play with it, but then Watson made a loud noise by hitting a metal pipe with a hammer. Naturally, the child began to cry after hearing the loud noise. After repeatedly pairing the white rat with the loud noise, Albert began to cry simply after seeing the rat. They subjected the baby to these experiments for a long time. It actually went on for almost a year. In the end,
It actually went on for almost a year. In the conditioning, and I'll let you know, they've determined this is an unethical experiment. They've determined that it's unethical to emotionally condition your children. Understand that, folks.
and the baby went from being calm to constantly feeling anxious. It got to a point where he even felt scared when he saw a Santa Claus mask. During the second part of the experiment, Watson decided to revert to conditioning. However, that never happened, as he was dismissed by the university due to his controversial experiment and for having started a romance with his assistant.
And for having started a romance with his assistant. So, kind of convoluted there, but at the same time, he was dismissed for what?
Revert to conditioning. However, that never happened, as he was dismissed by the university due to his controversial experiment and for having
Controversial experiment. See, just like we have in medical society today, it's controversial to take experiments that you perform on animals and start performing them on human subjects. And this is because, again, in reference to Hitler's willing executioners in the Nuremberg trial, the first 10 points the consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. If it is absolutely essential to have the consent of the human subject, and you are experimenting on individuals that cannot possibly give that consent, I would beg that that is very controversial.
started a romance with his assistant. While the experiment is one of psychologists'
Much along the lines of Roe versus Wade.
most famous and is included in nearly every introductory psychology course, it has also been criticized widely for several reasons. First, the experimental design and process were not carefully constructed. Watson and Rayner did not develop an objective means to evaluate Albert's reactions, instead relying on their own subjective interpretations.
They did not have an objective means to determine little Albert's reactions. Why? Because they didn't have more subjects. It was just a singular subject in the experiment. Then on top of that, they brought in certain conditions that aren't relevant in natural life. It isn't relevant that every time you see a dog that there's a loud noise that would then make you scared of just seeing a dog, regardless of whether there's a loud noise or not anymore. That doesn't happen in nature. It's a set, a subjective limitation that restricts the experiment even more, tenfold.
Secondly, the experiment also raises many ethical concerns. The little Albert experiment could not be conducted by today's standards because it would be unethical. The question of what
It could not be conducted by today's standards because it would be unethical. So remember, the Nuremberg trials were after the little Albert experiment. And it's very important to understand that first point of the 10 points handed down in the convictions at the Nuremberg trial. And that is the consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. And I believe it actually says the voluntary consent.
happened to little Albert has long been one of psychology's mysteries. Some envision the boy growing into a man with a strange phobia of white, furry objects. Recently, however, the true identity and fate of the boy known as Little Albert was discovered. As reported in American Psychologist, the 7-year search led by psychologist P.I.G.S.C.U.N.T.S led to the discovery. After tracking down and locating the original experiments and the real identity of the boy's mother, it was suggested that Little Albert was actually a boy named Douglas Merritt. The story does not have a happy ending, however. Douglas died at the age of 6 on May 10, 1925, of hydrocephalus, a buildup of fluid in his brain. In 2012, Beck and Alan Friedland published their discovery that Douglas Merritt was not the healthy and normal child that Watson described in his 1920 experiment. Instead, they found that Merritt had suffered from hydrocephalus since birth and presented convincing evidence that Watson knew about the boy's condition and intentionally misrepresented the state of the child's health. These findings not only
A falsification of the record. How can you conduct an experiment that is absolutely controversial and seen by many to be unethical just in the experiment alone? And then you're going to falsify the record even more to make it seem ethical? Even on a healthy child, this would be unethical because, again, the extensive result would be an emotional conditioning that could lead to later problems in life because you are conditioned in error, in the wrong ways, and cannot be emotionally social with the rest of society. No wonder I see what I see today in all of this insanity. Again, I'm saying you were conditioned unknowingly. The society that builds its reputation on a popularity contest and all the emotions that go along with it. Like I said, sitting on a couch, watching the boob tube of somebody else's dramatic, comedic, mysterious, adventurous life because yours is so wonderful.
cast a shadow over Watson's legacy. They also deepened the ethical and moral issues of this well-known experiment. In 2014, doubt was cast over Beck and Friedland's findings when researchers presented evidence that a boy by the name of William Barger was the real little Albert. Barger was born on the same day as Merritt, to a wet nurse who worked at the same hospital as Merritt's mother. While his first name was William, he was known his entire life by his middle name, Albert. While experts continue to debate the true identity of the boy at the center of Watson's experiment, there is little doubt that little Albert left a lasting impression on the field of psychology.
A lasting impression that stands today. They still reflect on the little Albert experiment. So before we get into that, into the videos, first I've got this here is from CNN, a custody battle between parents who disagree on the gender of their 7-year-old draws attention of Texas politicians. This is from Monday, October 28th, 2019. Now, I mind you, this is at 7 years of age. This started when this child was 3 or 4. So it's already been going on at this point 3 or 4 years. And we're going to skip down here, and I'm going to drop this link down in chat for everybody so you can read the whole article yourself. And these links are in the details section. My apologies that the links for the 2 articles here we're doing from CNN and Justia did not work right, but I hope you can find it through the video here. Like I said, this is from CNN, Monday, October 28th. You should just be able to look this article up. A custody battle between parents who disagree on the gender of their 7-year-old draws attention of Texas politicians. And we're going to go down here and we're going to read what this site or what this judge cites. Judge cites father's initially valid concerns. The court finds that the father may have initially had valid concerns regarding his children and the mother making crucial decisions without his input, the ruling said. Goes on to say, and this is a disturbing fact. However, the court finds that the father finds comfort in public controversy and attention surrounded by the use of unfounded facts and is thus motivated by the financial gain of approximately $139,000 he has received at the cost of the protection and privacy of his children. Jeff Younger, the father, said he thinks it is more important for the public to know what's going on with the court than have his child live a private life. Lawyers for Georgelas, his wife, and Younger did not return CNN requests for comment. The judge's ruling also said both parents must agree on topics like medication. So he reverted back to this part without his input by saying both parents must agree on topics like medication, surgical, and psychological treatment. So there was really no need for him to say anything here other than try to put ill repute into Jeff's intent and everything. And here I'll remind everybody, as we speak of $139,000, how much it's actually cost Jeff to defend these actions over the number of years that it continues to go on today. A full 6 years later. And we'll find that out in the videos. Deuteronomy 24:7. Anyone caught stealing one of the children of the brethren of Israel and making merchandise out of them shall be put to death. Ye shall put evil away from among you. That's what those Christian scriptures say. And again, I remind you of setting thine house in order and bringing a child up in the ways of the Lord, so he shall not waver. While this woman goes to the false patriarch and hires attorneys, proving herself incompetent, as well as the assistance of state through Title 4D contracts. Again, the false patriarch. For those very protections of the child, supposedly in the best interest of the child, would they not then have supposed authority to just shut it down and censor this man? Remember, we talked about censorship with Aaron Spencer when he killed the sexual offender of his daughter, who was caught in the act of kidnapping his very daughter, had her in his truck and running away from him so he could molest her again. These are the disturbing facts that we've been reviewing on how this shit happens. And I'll remind you, so she is incompetent, and Jeff seems to be the only competent one because he's the one that's standing on his own, bringing the word of God as pro se. So let's take a look at Justia in reference to Jeff Younger concurring. Supreme Court of Texas in reference Jeff Younger on petition of writ of mandamus. And I'll drop this link in chat for everybody so you can grab that. And again, hopefully through this video, you'll be able to just look up this case. Supreme Court of Texas, number 22-1137 in reference Jeff Younger, relator on petition of writ of mandamus. Justice Blaylock, joined by Justice Young, concurring in the denial of petition for writ of mandamus. This pro se mandamus petition arises from a child custody dispute involving twin boys, one of whom has exhibited confusion about his gender. Mother, who has custody of the boys, recently moved to California after a Dallas County District Court in September 2022 authorized mother to reside with the children anywhere in the continental United States. Father, the relator in this court, is concerned that mother's move to California will bring about the medical transitioning of his son. 3 months after the district court authorized the move to California, father belatedly seeks an emergency order from this court requiring their return. I concur in the court's denial of petition because father is already in possession of a court order prohibiting mother from doing precisely what he fears she will do with his son. So the court in Dallas has already prohibited the mother from going to another state to have this situation taken care of by that state's laws. In other words, they're asserting the Fourth Amendment protection of equality of the law among equal protection of the law among the states. In October 2021, the district court, with mother's full agreement, and indeed at her request, ordered that neither parent may treat a child with hormonal suppression therapy, puberty blockers, and or transgender reassignment surgery, if any, without the consent of the parents or court order. This agreed order is binding on both parents and enforceable by contempt, no matter where they reside. The effect of the order is that neither parent has a legal authority to consent unilaterally to gender transition therapy for their son, whether that therapy takes place in California, Texas, or elsewhere. As long as this order is in effect, mother's parental rights do not include the right to obtain gender transition therapy for her son. They're stating it very succinctly and clearly. That is just as much the case in California as it is in Texas. Again, equal protection of the law. It is standing law in Texas now, and that is equally protected amongst the states. Mother freely acknowledges that she is bound by this order in both Texas and California. What is more, mother has flatly denied to this court that she will seek to evade the district court's order while she is in California. As a result, should she fail to honor her promise as father fears, contempt of the district court's order will not be her only concern. Father believes that California's enactment of Senate Bill 107, which goes into effect on January 1st, 2023, will enable mother to evade the Texas court order prohibiting her from unilaterally consenting to gender transition therapy. Says father misreads California's new law. By misreading SB 107, father's fears are no more likely to be realized in California under SB 107 than they were before the bill's enactment. So what they're saying is, despite the enactment of this bill, you cannot misread Dallas state court that says you cannot do it. And just by implementing another state court, state legislated law to evade that would actually be of evasion and not avoidance. Understand the terms used. Okay. Described by its lead author as a trans refuge bill designed in part to respond to executive and legislative action in Texas, the bill certainly casts a wide net in pursuit of its objectives. That's all it does. Casts a wide net in pursuit of its objectives. And this is the point that I want to make right here. Just because there's a wide net in pursuit of its objectives, this is why you as parents have to be subjective in your intents in what that net being cast really says. Okay.
Software Underbelly is about giving people a space to tell their stories, even when these stories challenge.
I want to remind everybody, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. And there is a PayPal link down there for anybody that wants to share some love. And the link is pinned for anybody who wants to join the panel. It would be great to get some outside views on this. I was hoping I'd have a couple other people up here, but they haven't showed up yet. There's one. The link's pinned, Joe. Come on up. We're just getting into the very first video on Jeff Younger, but we already discussed the Little Albert experiment on emotional conditioning from 1920. We discussed the fact that World War II happened, and we have the Nuremberg Code. First of the 10 points says the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. And in this experiment, Little Albert was an infant. And so any experimenting on children is inherently outlawed and must be done through the consent of the parents, therefore. And we just went over a Justia case in Texas because of this Jeff Younger guy that made a very clear statement that they are not going to allow any future mutilation or castration, chemical or otherwise, of this young man, simply because mom consents. It has to be consent of both parents, and Jeff is not consenting. And here it is, 2025, and they're still pushing the issue. And evidently, this young man is still dressing as a woman because he fears emotionally that mom won't love him. And that's going to come out here. So go ahead and feel free to hit that link, guys. I got Tribe down there, says reside is a commercial term. Yes, in fact, in this modern times, it is. Etymologically, it is a prefix, which would normally be separated by some kind of hyphen or something, so that we would see that it was a reciting. We are on one side, and we found a new way, or we were given new information, decided we were going to side on the other side of things. So we recited. Now it's reside. Even the pronunciation has changed. And this here is soft white underbelly. Oops, I forgot to subscribe. They also do other interviews of addicts and things like that. It's an interesting channel. I would urge you to go check that out, as it's again going to be talking about that psychological aspect here, in relations to, again, setting thine house in order, raising a child up in the ways of the Lord, and doing what is best for that child in that sense.
What we think we know. Soft white underbelly is about giving people a space to tell their stories, even when these stories challenge what we think we know. Ground News shows us different perspectives in the media, which is why Ground News is a perfect sponsor for my channel. In a world where algorithms censor much of the information
I'm not going to pay anything to hurt my son.
and that means you'll
Is that I have to pay. The state of California says that I have to pay for the chemical and physical castration of my son as child support. I'm not going to pay that child support. I'm not going to pay anything to hurt my son.
And that's that Title 4D contracting I was telling you about. It's fraud. You have to actually be not only a federal, state, or municipal officer or agent deemed necessary by the board to be of that capacity, but those laws apply to foundlings. That orphan, that little Albert orphan, he grew up in an orphanage, okay? And that is an adoption and fostering system. And child, the definition of child is specifically related to that, and it's nothing to do with the term or words connected biological family, biological heir, biological mom, biological dad. They are succinctly different and have varying different factors in nature. In other words, the facts are different by their very nature. This is the part about setting thine house in order. In setting thine house in order, when you look at those Christian scriptures again, I urge you to look at that and see that nowhere does government come in as a house.
that means you'll be going to prison?
California is going to send me to prison for that.
So, Jeff, you are going through something. You've been going through something that is probably a father's worst nightmare.
Yeah.
Tell me when this started.
Started when my son was about 2 years old. My ex-wife, who's a pediatrician in Coppell, Texas.
A pediatrician. His wife is a pediatrician. I cannot point this out any more succinctly, folks. His wife is a pediatrician. And again, as you find the details coming out, she is the one that is conditioning the child, telling him that he is a girl, telling him that she doesn't love him unless he's a girl. You will find these. I'm not giving you bullshit. Pay attention. And feel free to hit that link and come up and express your passion as well. I'd appreciate it.
Started thinking that he might be a girl and started trying to transition to a girl. And when I tried to put a stop to that, she filed for divorce and used her relationships with care providers to force me out of my house. And so I moved about a mile up.
Used her relationship with care providers. This is that popularity contest I was telling you about. Okay? I'm just doing my job because I got a paycheck to take home to support my family. That's keeping up with the Joneses. The better I get paid, the better job I have, the more my people support me, the more I support them. I'm back in the blue until it happens to you, right? Same fucking thing all the way throughout. It's systemic, folks. I don't care if you're policy enforcers or medical doctors taking a Hippocratic oath to Apollo and the Greek gods in this Christian society. Tell me some more of your babble.
The road for my sons. She filed for divorce formally, and I had 50-50 custody of them. And just after his 3rd birthday, I took the first iPhone video I'd ever taken. And it was him telling me that he thought he was a girl because his mommy tells him a girl. You can go on YouTube and just search for "mommy says I'm a girl." You'll find that video.
Yep, it's that simple. Mommy says I'm a girl. Look it up. Mommy says I'm a girl. Because mommy said he's a girl while the rest of the world knows that he's a boy. One person conditioned this little boy to believe that he had to present himself as a girl in order to get mom's love. And that was mom herself. In her popularity contest. And you're going to find out some more disturbing details about this mom. Of course, you hear, they went through divorce because he wouldn't allow her to try to condition his boys. He's got 2 boys, twins. You'll find out disturbing facts that she also had 2 girls when they met. The way these children all came about, none of them was by natural procreation. None of them. Not a one of these 4 children came out by natural procreation, people. They were all insemination and eggplants.
She was telling him things like, she would put him into timeout and say, "Don't be a boy. The monsters only eat boys," and weird things like this. And she began to then socially transition him, and that led to a titanic battle in the state of Texas that culminated.
And that social transition, let's call it for what it is. It's emotional conditioning. That's a psychological conditioning. And I'm urging everybody to understand that children don't truly express themselves that way as inherently wanting to be a girl or boy. If you want your boys to grow up as boys, you train them up in the ways of the Lord, teaching him that he is, in fact, a boy. That's the way that God created him. And that if she's a girl because that's the way God created her. Those are the pronouns.
In me getting the procedures outlawed in Texas, and the political establishment in Texas allowing her to come to California so she could still castrate him even though I got it out.
Joe, this has been going on for over a decade now. Started out, like he said, when the boys were 3 is when he found out that she was trying to transition the one. The divorce happened prior to that. And here it is, 2025. And they're in California now. He's in California and has a resident in Texas, so he can go deal with this stuff. And they're trying to put him in jail for child support in California. Insane.
Had your son, you have 2 sons.
I have 2 sons, James and Jude. They're twins. They're not identical. James is the one that she's transitioning.
And was there any sign in James that he was open to this or showing signs that he wanted to be anything other than?
Well, it's interesting. So he was directly asked that by counselors and stuff. But let me just tell you about one of the fundamental facts of the case that a lot of people find shocking. James never presented as a girl with anyone but his mom. At church, with me, with his friends, he dressed as a boy and called himself James. Fundamental facts of the case that a lot of people find shocking. James never presented as a girl with anyone but his mom. At church, with me, with his friends, he dressed. Fundamental facts of the case that a lot of people find shocking. James never presented as a girl with anyone but his mom. At church, with me, with his friends, he dressed as a boy and called himself James. He only presented as a girl with his mom. And I asked him one time, why are you doing that? And he just flat out told me, he said, well, mommy doesn't love me if I'm a girl. And that's what he told counselors too. James is a very talented boxer. I'm a boxer. My dad was a boxer. I asked him one time, why are you doing that? And he just flat out told me, he said, well, mommy doesn't love me if I'm a girl. I asked him one time, why are you doing that? And he just flat out told me, he said, well, mommy doesn't love me if I'm a girl. And that's what he told the counselors too. James is a very talented boxer. I'm a boxer. My dad was a boxer. James is extremely talented. Jude's a wrestler, but James is a very talented boxer. Olympic talent scouts were looking at him. He's that good. And they backed away from him once this all got started. He has all boy friends. Now he has something.
They backed away from talent scouts scouting him out because he's so talented, and they backed away. Insane. In the best interest of the child, right? In the best interest of the child, we can't let him express the talents that other people actually obviously see because we have to do this. So he'll miss out on that. Amazing shit.
Things that you might say are feminine. He likes art. He particularly likes painting and pastels. My son Jude likes sculpture, you know. James is also more extroverted and is willing to play with almost anybody, you know. And he will definitely play with girls. He'll play tag with girls. He'll build things with girls. He has no problem like hanging around with girls. But in terms of having a desire to be a girl, he consistently told me for 10 years that he had no desire to be a girl. He told the court-appointed counselor that he was embarrassed to wear dresses to school. He was getting too old for that and didn't want to wear dresses. And they initiated a CPS investigation against me for forcing him to be a boy, in my 7th CPS investigation.
And do you have contact with your sons now?
No, I'm disallowed.
Forcing him to be a boy as opposed to transitioning him to a girl, when in fact it would be conditioning in both ways. A man or boy brought up around nothing but women, even though he's not technically conditioned to be a girl, tends to act more like a girl because of the environment that he was socialized in. It's a natural conditioning. This is why we must separate the boys from girls and let them know there are different roles that we must play in nature.
All contact with my sons.
You're not allowed to even contact.
No, I'll tell you how this all sort of built up. So,
And while they're trying to defame him for bringing up a boy in the way a boy should be brought up, by characterizing it as forcing him to, without recognizing that the woman is emotionally conditioning him to do so, they're not recognizing the boy's own talents. And they're saying what dad is actually doing for the boy's good in his best interest is not in his best interest. And the woman who is trying to effeminate this young boy is doing it in his best interest, which isn't. It is not in the best interest for a young boy to grow up acting like a woman. I assure you. That's an insane delusion. And there are a few that get away with it because the insanity is so rampant on both sides. Not just those that want to grow up as being girls, but the boys that want to grow up to be girls because that's what they like on the insanity side. You know, behind the closed doors. While in the public view, they're this heterosexual, good, popular man. And vice versa, women the same way. To a lesser degree, maybe, but same thing. We're all involved, one way or another, in this social conditioning. It's a matter of how you speak out on it, how you act on it.
she started transitioning him, you know, really hardcore at 3. I mean, where she presented him to the world with a fake girl's name and everything. This, of course, would have been an important component in the divorce that was going on. So we get to 2017 and we have our divorce trial. And we had a custody evaluator. His name is Blake Mitchell. He practices out of Frisco, Texas, which is a suburb of Dallas. And he asked me, what is your top issue? And I said, my top issue is she's tampering with my son's gender identity. So he charges me $60,000 and does a 1-year investigation of my family, interviewing my children over and over again and everything, and determines that she was not transitioning my son to a girl. He straight up lied to the court and said that I had made a false accusation against her for saying that she was trying to transition my son to a girl. And on that basis, I lost 50-50 custody and got less than standard possession time. So I basically got, 4 to 6 days a month with my sons.
After the issue of bringing out that he was acting as a girl and transitioning, and that was the intent to transition, he's making false statements. Somehow he's the one lying, or somehow he is lying, when that's the facts in the record, as we read earlier.
So that's how the divorce ended, with the psychologist just outright lying. Now, I've been lucky with these psychologists that lie. I've been able to prove they've lied. So the court actually set aside his report. But that's what he actually told the court in his report. So she then starts really ramping up it again. And now he's wearing makeup to school. He's using the girls' restroom at his elementary school.
And that's an important point there alone as well. When you come forth as a pro se with true benefit of knowledge and wisdom, you get to maintain the psychological aspect. And you'll see in this man here, he understands that psychological aspect of his children. And even the stepdaughters, he understands the aspect of bringing girls up in the ways of girls and bringing boys up in the ways of boys. And that's how he's able to dispel all these psychologists. And the point there is that the state only brings in certain psychologists that will rebut what is being presented in a favorable light for the plaintiff. Those are the only kinds they'll bring in. And if you try to bring in one of your own, they're not going to allow it, no matter how professional and world-renowned that psychologist is.
School, which was Pinkerton Middle School.
They're going to manipulate that record. They're going to lie for their favor.
In Coppell, Texas. I got that school shut down. That school doesn't exist anymore in Coppell. They shut down. Got rid of the principal there. Her name is Miss Mickelson, who's the one that really transitioned my son. And I found out after 2.5 years, they had been transitioning my son secretly behind my back. So I would bring my son to Pinkerton Middle School in Coppell in boys' clothes, because he wears boys' clothes with me. And they would give him a dress and tell him to use the girls' bathroom. And when I found that out, I filed grievances against the public school.
So they would change him in public appearance, where normally before he wouldn't. Remember, he said earlier he would only dress as a girl in front of mommy. Now the school is involved in that conditioning. And again, I'll remind you of Title 11 of Social Security Act, subsection 1101. Section 1101 definition, subsection D, where none of these federal or state actors or agents are supposed to take charge over a child against the objection of either parent. Okay. And again, he's objecting, and there's supposed to be mutual consent. Yet they're saying he's lying and going to go forward with it anyway, proving that they lied all the way along, proving that they are the liars. They're the ones bearing the false witness.
And of course, they exonerated themselves, saying that under their nicknames policy, they're allowed to call him whatever he wants. And they're allowed to put him in dresses because he wants to wear it and it doesn't harm him in any way. And so there was just no place to go. It's virtually impossible in Texas to sue a school district.
He wants to wear it and it doesn't harm him in any way, despite the fact that later on it did harm him, because those very scouts that were looking to give him scholarships said, oh no, we can't because of this. So was it in the best interest then? As you found out now, it's not.
Because they have sovereign immunity. So this kept ramping up with my ex-wife until finally I look in the medical records with my ex-wife chose a pediatrician, Dr. Jennifer Pape, in Flower Mound, Texas, where I live. And Dr. Pape, in the medical records, it says that her and Miss Georgilis, my ex-wife, were planning on chemically castrating James at age 8 or 9. That's plain black and white in the medical records.
In the medical records that they planned on chemically castrating him at the age of 8 or 9, despite the fact that Texas had already ruled no. Right? So now we see that the man's fears are founded, in fact, and they're still going to deny it.
So obviously I start to vociferously oppose this. I try to get a new pediatrician. I have to go to court to try to get a new pediatrician. That leads her to file another lawsuit against me for sole control of James.
So they were, at what age were they looking to do this?
At age 8 or 9, they were going to chemically castrate him. Yeah.
And I've interviewed many people who have transitioned.
Yes.
And the majority of them, like I would say 98% of them, are not castrating. They're just choosing to be.
They're just cross-dressing. Yeah.
Basically, they're cross-dressers who are saying that they're women.
Yes. We used to.
Were they looking to do this?
At age 8 or 9, they were going to chemically castrate him. Yeah.
And I've interviewed many people who have transitioned.
Yes.
And the majority of them, like I would say 98% of them, are not castrating. Were they looking to do this?
At age 8 or 9, they were going to chemically castrate him.
98% of them are not castrating. They're just choosing to be.
They're just cross-dressing. Yeah.
Basically, they're cross-dressers who are saying that they're women.
Yes. We used to call it transvestitism. We don't do that anymore.
We keep changing the name.
Yeah. In my view, they've invented a kind of identity around this, but we can talk about that. But with the pattern that you see is with boys, it's mothers transitioning prepubescent boys, and they put them on puberty blockers. And there's a simple reason that the gender doctors have to put these kids on puberty blockers. And the reason is puberty is the cure for gender dysphoria. It's mothers transitioning prepubescent boys, and they put them on puberty blockers. And there's a simple reason that the gender doctors have to put these kids on puberty blockers. And the reason is puberty is the cure for gender dysphoria. It's mothers transitioning prepubescent boys, and they put them on puberty blockers. And there's a simple reason that the gender doctors have to put these kids on puberty blockers. And the reason is puberty is the cure for gender dysphoria. Puberty is when you come to grips with your gender role and you either become gay or boy, right?
So men, all you men out there that like these gays and transvestites and stuff, and I have nothing against them. But all you straight men that think you're going to raise your own children up in the ways of the Lord, posing that you're Christians going to church on Sunday, and then in dark corners you're letting them suck your cock and shit, you better get with it. You're part of it. Cucking up to women and allowing it. It's sickening. Again, I remind you, I see Hitler's willing executioners simply because you're part of a popularity contest and you're just going to do your job and you have no insight or any fucking thing to do with any concern about younger generations and what they're going to do as you go through all the turmoil you're going through today. Back the blue until it happens to you. Keep supporting all this legislation, all you people, until they come and take your children. Separate your family. You know, that lifelong dream of building a great family. And I don't see many. If it's such a great dream, and this is such a great country that allows that, then where are all these great families?
98% of the time, they just become normal boys.
Testosterone kicks in.
That's right.
And you become a boy who chases girls.
That's right.
For
And
the rest of our lives.
that's right.
Yeah.
And so they have to block puberty to extend the gender dysphoria in order to get them into the pipeline for the surgeries. And so there's a money pipeline with these clinics. Each child that goes on puberty blockers becomes a $4.5 million lifetime income stream for the clinic.
And so again, I remind you of Deuteronomy 24:7, where if you are one of the people that steal one of the children of the brethren of Israel and make merchandise of him, that's kidnapping. You're taking them away from one that's bringing them up in the ways of the Lord for your commercial process and profit.
And they're residual income streams so that they can have hundreds of them at the same time. So they're making hundreds of dollars a year, hundreds of millions of dollars a year off of these kids. So they block puberty to stop the cure, because puberty is the cure for gender dysphoria. And I believe puberty is actually a human right. Puberty is when you become fully human. Puberty is when your brain matures, you get a rational faculty, an adult rational faculty. It's when you come to grips with your roles and your duties in society, which is the marker of a mature adult person for these kids. So they block puberty to stop the cure, because puberty is the cure for gender dysphoria. And I believe puberty is actually a human right. Puberty is when you become fully human. Puberty is when your brain matures, you get a rational faculty, an adult rational faculty. It's when you come to grips with your roles and your duties in society, which is the marker of a mature adult person, to someone who can assume those duties in a benevolent way. Right? And I believe puberty is actually a human right. Puberty is when you become fully human. Puberty is when your brain matures, you get a rational faculty, an adult rational faculty. It's when you come to grips with your roles and your duties in society, which is the marker of a mature adult person, to someone who can assume those duties in a benevolent way, right?
And so back to the little Albert experiment. If your mind isn't developed, they shouldn't be experimenting or transitioning or conditioning in any way. That's one of the things I speak on, is the spiritual development. And when we destroy that spiritual development, why the fuck do you think we have all these insane shit things, events happening around the world today? I don't see the spirituality that this Christian world is supposed to be pervading. I don't see it.
It's when your body matures. As what a shame it would be for these young men. I mean, they'll never know. These young men that went on puberty will never know the grace and power the male body is capable of in its youth. They'll never know that. And what a shame to miss that. That confidence that comes from that carries on into middle age. And that's where you get entrepreneurship and the risk taking in America. It's from the physical experiences. That's why sports are important in America for men. It builds a certain kind of character. All of that stuff is what puberty is. And so I consider it a human right. It's essentially denying a child the full development of their rational faculties, their emotional faculties, and their physical faculties.
And understand the concept here, because I question it. Like you said, there's twin boys, not identical, but twin boys. They were born at the same time. The eggs were donated here because she was too old and didn't have any good eggs, right? Her first two pregnancies was insemination because she didn't have a man. So we have a boy that's being raised as a boy and another boy that's being raised as a girl, while being told that mommy ain't going to love him unless he's a girl. What do you suppose the other boy feels? Do you suppose the other boy feels mom loves him because he's not a girl? What happened? And that's an aspect I don't know that has been spoken on here yet. I imagine Jeff has probably thought about that.
And so I think it's an actual human rights violation. So anyway, this thing just goes crazy, right? Where she's trying to transition him. They're talking about castrating him at age 8 or 9. So I immediately go full court press in Texas to get this made illegal. And it took me 6 years to do it, and hundreds of thousands of dollars of my own money.
Took him 6 years to do it. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of his own money. So is he doing it for the popularity and the public views for money if he only received 139 through a protective order? And yet it cost him hundreds of thousands so far. And that was back then. That was back then.
Our Texas Republican establishment fought me on it. They did not want to take a vote on this. And the reason for that may surprise you. The transgender movement was started by Republicans, was not.
And that was back then in Texas. He spent hundreds of thousands more in California. Not to mention, like I said earlier, he got a second residence in California just so he could deal with this. So there's travel back and forth and everything now.
Started by Democrats. Yeah, we could talk about that. The donor class of the Republican Party did not want this outlawed. That's why all these Republican governors were vetoing these bills when they would pass them, and in Arkansas and Alabama, Mississippi, and so forth. So I immediately start lobbying to do this. And I have to use grassroots organizing because I can't rely on the moral conscience of the legislature because they're being paid by these donors that don't want to make it illegal. So that's the first thing. Then we go to trial.
And the reason is because, like you said earlier, the gender transition through puberty blockers and stuff can't happen if they don't allow it. And then by the time they get to be of adult age, they've decided otherwise, or like he said, 98% of them will go ahead and go through with that transitioning as a matter of dressing like a woman, but not actually going through the chemical castration and stuff. So it's literally an attempt to get more and more people to be able to go through the puberty blockers, which would, again, God, if their mind's not adult and mature, what you're doing is you're chemically altering their mind, right?
In 2019, 255th District Court under Judge Kim Cooks,
At a point where they can't consent, literally by law. And in these situations, like he said, they're conditions. They're conditioned that way.
the top transgender experts in the world show up in this little courtroom, worldwide media. So I'm an Orthodox Christian. So
Top transgender specialists, folks.
that James's story went all over Eastern Europe, even into Russia, all over the place, because these are Orthodox countries that are formally Christian countries. Their state religion is Orthodox Christianity, and they think of Texas as being in the Bible Belt. So they're like, "How does this happen to an Orthodox boy in Texas?" Like, it didn't make sense. So it was a story that was that had legs all over these Orthodox countries. So we had international media there. It was a circus.
This company is going viral.
My
for its own
apologies for the
process that
commercials,
makes you
folks. I hope
permanently
you have it
in
fixed
just
soon. You'll just
24
have to put up
hours.
with it. Thanks.
So I had Dr. Levine as my expert. He founded the first gender clinic in America in Johns Hopkins University in 1974. And after 4 years, in 1978,
First gender clinic in America, 1974, folks. Pay attention to the next details. 1974, since they've known this. They've known this for decades. Pay attention.
they shut their clinic down because their data showed that their treatments were harming patients. And we know now the data that's coming out of Children's Hospital here in LA and Johns Hopkins University in 1974. And after 4 years, in 1978, they shut their clinic down because their data showed that their treatments were harming patients. And Johns Hopkins University in 1974. And after 4 years, in 1978, they shut their clinic down because their data showed that their treatments were harming patients. And we know now the data that's coming out of Children's Hospital here in LA, the data that the University of Texas at Austin, which is as liberal as Berkeley, by the way, just put out a comprehensive meta study showing that these treatments actually harm patients. The C.O.W.A.R.D.S report in the UK, which is the largest systematic review ever done in any psychological discipline in the history of psychology, found it harms patients. Every meta study and systematic review finds that these treatments don't work and they actually harm patients.
Every one of them says that they don't work. Understand that. They don't work and they harm people. They are harmful.
So he's the one who testified for me.
But in this child's best interest, they're going to go ahead and do it.
They had Johanna Olsen Kennedy, who at that time was running LA Children's Hospital Gender Clinic. She doesn't anymore because of a huge scandal in which she has been hiding data. She was given an NIH grant to study outcomes for children on these treatment programs, and she showed no benefit in her data for the treatment programs. And she chose not to release the data because she said it would be used by opponents of transgender medicine.
It would be used by opponents of transgender medicine. Why? Because it shows a fault. Interesting, huh? We don't want people using it against us. We know it's bad. We know it's harmful, and we don't want people using it against us.
That's the state of science in the transgender world. So she came in, I deposed her. I did a video deposition with her, and I asked her one question, and the other side dropped her as an expert. And here's the question I asked her, and her answer says everything you need to know about the other side of this issue. I said, what is your medical justification for amputating healthy body parts from children? I said, what is your medical justification for amputating healthy body parts from children? I said, what is your medical justification for amputating healthy body parts from children?
Amputating healthy body parts from children. Again, I remind you of the first of the 10 points of the Nuremberg trial. The voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. And if you're trying to get or doing such things to somebody that is not competent to understand what you're doing to them, and you believe that you have their voluntary consent because they've been conditioned by someone to believe that they want that, without fully recognizing that they're not of the capacity, adult capacity, to make that determination of consent themselves. I would urge you to recognize that the mother, in my very strong opinion, would be just as guilty. And everybody that's going along with it, you're in the same bandwagon.
He said if they cause psychological distress, they're not healthy body parts.
If they cause psychological stress, they're not healthy body parts. It's not the body part that caused the psychological stress. In this situation, it is mom's conditioning that if you want mom to love you, you have to be a girl for mom. That's psychological abuse leading to mutilation without consent.
Opposing counsel was a woman, was in the room. She threw her pen on the floor and quit the case. She left. It was so disgusting. And they were not going to put her in front of a Texas jury saying that. So they dropped her. So I won the 2019 trial. I got 50-50 custody. I got no child support. But the most important thing is I got a check on all medical procedures. So she could not chemically castrate him at age 8 or 9. Okay. By a few years later,
He didn't get a physical monetary instrument known as a check, but he got what's known as a check on the records, so that anything in regards to that gender transitioning was red flagged, and they would have to contact him to verify his consent.
after this, I've successfully got a law passed which outlawed these procedures. You could lose your medical license for doing these things. So in that intervening 2 years,
In Texas.
in Texas,
So now it's no longer even consensual. It's just outlawed. Plain up outlawed. Now the fight goes to the other states. Like he said, she moved to California, and his firm belief is her intent is to go ahead with the mutilation. Fourth Amendment, equal protection of the law among the states. It literally means that if you get a law made in a state, it has standing in the rest of the states. And any attempt to circumvent that is evading, not avoidance, evading. It's a different term. Understand that.
in that intervening 2 years,
And that is unethical.
the judges, the liberal judges in Dallas County, Texas, got very upset that I got 50-50 custody and that James is not going to be transitioned. So they C.O.W.A.R.D.S moved my case from the 255th District Court into the 301st District Court with Judge Mary Brown, who I'll henceforth call Bloody Mary Brown. Judge Bloody Mary Brown never gave me 50-50 custody, never gave me a check on the medical procedures, and never eliminated my child support. She completely ignored the jury verdict. And over a period of about 3 years, she systematically stripped me of all parental rights. And she used a technique that's very common in family court. First of all, she gave me an order that I couldn't follow. That's what they'll do. They'll give you an order that you just can't follow. So I was running for office in Texas. I ran for a Texas representative in House District 63. And I was in the
So we see already that there's a political stance being made, and it's going to be quashed because the political standing that other people already have in this popularity contest. So it's literally the ousting of somebody that is going to voice the truth from even being able to be elected. That's treason. In my opinion, my very strong opinion, any judge sitting on a bench that would do the following is committing treason.
middle of a campaign. And she issued a gag order on me, which gave me a lifetime ban on doing any podcast interviews, writing any newspaper articles, doing blog posts, posting videos, appearing in YouTube videos. It's a totally unconstitutional gag order.
Remember the gag order in Aaron Spencer case where the man murdered his daughter's child molester in the act of kidnapping her?
It also prohibited me from talking about 3 political topics. I could not talk about transgenderism, gender dysphoria, or gender expansiveness. And I was prohibited in public from telling anyone whether my son was a boy or a girl. Well, obviously, if you're running for office and your campaign platform is outlawing transgender surgeries on kids, you can't follow this order. And she very well knew I could not follow it. So I didn't follow it. I gave interviews. My campaign materials referenced the transgender issue and everything. So that's the first thing she did. The second thing she did is she reasoned, and this is a classic family court tactic.
And that's what I love about this man too. He said he did not follow it, and he's gonna speak later, I believe, if I'm not confused, on the issue of contempt. I am in contempt of this court. Take me to jail. I am in contempt.
So I have an illegal gag order, right? She literally reasoned this way verbally in court. She said, well, there's this illegal gag order. This gag order that you say is illegal, Mr. Younger. It's prima facie illegal. But the illegal gag order was entered in the best interest of your children. So by
entered again in the best interest of the child. And in the best interest of the child, instead of allowing him to speak out against it, they're going to go ahead, and this presents the idea again that his founding is true, that they're going to go ahead and try to transition this child, and that can't be censored because that's what the kid wants to do. No, that's not what the kid wants to do. That's what mom has conditioned him to do. You people are sick bastards.
By not following the illegal gag order, you're not acting in the best interest of your children. And on that basis, gave me supervised visitation. And this is a very common tactic that judges use in family court as well. And we'll get to what happened in California. It was just used on me yesterday at 9:30 Texas time. And we'll talk about that. So, and it's about free speech as well. Because they know that's what'll get you. What they try to do in family court is they try to find out what the father.
Just like I told you on the Aaron Spencer one, it is a matter of that First Amendment, freedom of speech. Because inherently, this man, just like I express about myself singularly, has a great right of freedom of speech, freedom of expression. But inherently, the premise here, again, according to give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. But if you teach him to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. In order to teach the people what's happening, he has to be able to express himself. And inherently, exponentially, it is more important that they know. If they censor this man, they're censoring your ability to know what is truly happening in these cases like this. That's why I like doing these reviews. Hopefully I can point it out to you more succinctly and get it through your thick skulls. You've been perpetrating the same thing because of your not knowing. Forgive them for they not know. But now that you know, now it's on your shoulders.
Can't do or won't do. And then they construct orders which forces him to violate the orders. And then they take his kids from him. That's how it works. So I had 3 principles when I started that I said I was going to follow because, I needed some kind of moral guide here. So I said, 1, I'm never going to hurt my son. They're never going to, no matter what they order, I'm never hurting my son. That's number 1. Number 2, I'm never going to morally miseducate my son. I'm never going to tell him things that are morally incorrect. I will never miseducate him in that way. And 3rd, I said I would never let my resources be used to hurt him or morally miseducate him. So those are the 3 principles way back in 2017 that I wrote down. It's in my office. I live by those principles. So they gave me supervised visitation with forensic counseling services in Dallas County. Notice that I name names. And I name names in every interview, and they've never sued me for defamation because I can prove everything I'm saying is true, and truth is an absolute defense against defamation. So forensic counseling services is run by...
Truth is an absolute defense against defamation. This is why I say truth needs no defense, because that's why you bring it as an offense to their defense. They're the ones that defend the truth, right? They're the ones that are in defense because the truth is offensive to those emotional little bastards. Excuse my language. I try to call them for what they are. And that's why I express the bitch-ass slaves and the fucking fools and Hitler's willing executioners. If you're triggered, then wake the fuck up.
2 gay men. One of them is a fairly rational guy, kind of like him, nice guy. One of them, though, is a huge transgender activist. He refused to let me change my son out of address when my son came for the supervised visits. He refused to let me use my son's real name, his legal name, and he refused to let me pray with my sons in the supervised visits. And Here's why he did that. Let me tell you again how family court works. He knew very well that my son would be.
He's doing it to destroy the house, setting thine house in order. He's doing it to destroy the family. Okay? That's their only purpose. They cannot indoctrinate people into a false patriotism without first destroying the true patriot. That's the word in your heart. Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. Before thou camest forth of the womb, I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. This tells us we're supposed to speak out.
Embarrassed to be an address in front of me. And he would report that as fear, not embarrassment. And that would give the court more ammunition, right? He knew that if I used James's real name, he would be forced to report that James was in boys' clothes using his boy's name, and he was perfectly comfortable with it with his father. And he didn't want to report that. He wanted to report that James was uncomfortable as a boy, you see? So he could not let me be with James when he's just normal James. And finally, these psychologists have no theory. If you ask them in depositions, like, what is the empirical theoretical basis for the judgments you put in these reports, they fully admit that they don't have any. They say that they're just making observations about the child, but you're like, wait a minute, expert testimony requires a scientific basis. What's the scientific basis for this? And they admit they don't have it, but it's still admitted. Family courts will still admit this. So we got in depositions, like, what is the empirical theoretical basis for the judgments you put in these reports? They fully admit that they don't have any. Psychologists have no theory. If you ask them in depositions, like, what is the empirical theoretical basis for the judgments you put in these reports? They fully admit that they don't have any. Psychologists have no theory. If you ask them in depositions, like, what is the empirical theoretical basis for the judgments you put in these reports? They fully admit that they don't have any.
This is how you beat them fuckers in the court. They don't have the theoretical foundations. They're all just mere observances, contemplations, and known unethical behaviors in some of those contemplations to find out effects. Ain't supposed to be doing it.
They say that they're just making observations about the child, but you're like, wait a minute, expert testimony requires a scientific basis. What's the scientific basis for this? And they admit they don't have it, but it's still admitted. Family courts will still admit this. So we got into it with him, and then I said, well, I can't do the supervised visits. So you see how they created another condition where I cannot comply with the order. You see how it works? Yeah. So now I'm not complying with a gag order, and now I'm not complying with supervised visitation. So they let this go for 18 months, which is a special benchmark in Texas, right? 18 months with no visitation. And then my ex-wife filed to move to California, saying that I had abandoned my sons because I wasn't visiting them. The judge said, well, Mr. Younger, we were perfectly allowed to go visit your sons. There was nothing stopping you from visiting your sons, and you just haven't done it.
Hold up, Alana and Texas.
And my apologies for the commercials again. I hope to get it fixed very soon. Thank you for putting up with it.
And I tell her, well, I would morally miseducate my son. I would be directly harming my son by using his girl's name and teaching him that he's a girl when he's not. And you would be forcing me to pay $500 per visit, which is what it costs, per visit. So I'd be using my resources to hurt my son. And I've told this court repeatedly, those three things I'm never going to do. And she said, well, I conclude that you have abandoned your sons because you had every opportunity to go visit them. This is the game they play. So Judge Bloody Mary Brown's then allowed my ex-wife to move my kids to California since I had abandoned them in Texas, of course.
So you see, the projection is that he wasn't competent to look out for the best interests of his children because the state determined that he had abandoned them, when in fact he was looking out for the best interest of the child and trying to bring him up in the ways of the Lord and recognize himself for who he was. Know thyself. I am a boy, not a girl. And he was comfortable in being that boy all of his life. And it was only when he was with his mother that he presented as a girl, until then other people started conditioning him to do so in public, just like this now social worker has proven he did as well. Everybody's going along because they're getting paid. Yet they make it out like he's the one making money on it and wants it to be a public spectacle so he can make more money on it. Fucking pathetic and insane.
Not to mention that I write them letters all the time. you know, every time they go into a new school grade, you know, I ask them to tell me what they're studying, that I'm, you know, I have a Substack and I write letters to them online all the time. None of this stuff is even in the orders. It was not even allowed to be entered into evidence. It was all, they said it was all hearsay. It's another thing they do. They keep out some evidence so that they can only, the judge can say, you know, on appeal, they'll just say, wow, this is
Hearsay when both him and his sons can corroborate it as two witnesses. So what they're doing is they're denying the witness of the son. They're denying even his word to stand up and say, yes, Dad, that is true. They're forcing him to stand up and say what Mom says is true, if he says anything at all. So again, does this young boy have a voice in it at all? Again, I ask about the brother. What about his voice? And also at the same time, now that we're thinking about it, I'm thinking about it. Why don't we ask about the two girls? What do they think about all of this? This is external to them because they are originally two daughters brought up without a father in the house at all because she got inseminated through some clinic and was a single mama as a pediatrician.
the only facts I had available, you see. This is the game that gets played. If you want to know, you know, how the corruption in the Trump trials.
Because I got to ask, you know, it seems to come in pairs here, and it might just be coincidence. And even if it is, it makes me still wonder if she was transitioning the one, why would she not transition the other? Was there a specific preference somewhere? What was her reasoning? Was she, in fact, herself conducting her own little experiment as a pediatrician? I'd like to know what kind of writings this pediatrician has put out as it relates to this gender transitioning and chemical castration and all this. I'd like to know any writings she's put out. I might have to do my research, huh?
Could happen. The template was from family court. It was family court lawyers that built the template for how to do this in criminal.
And remember the Aaron Spencer thing about the gag order and how it was a template. It had already been brought up to the Supreme Court once, and they recognized it because it was almost verbatim as the one prior, and mentioned that it was a template that they were just handing around from district to district. So just like bearing false witness, they're using templates all over the place. Pay attention.
And civil courts. Family court was a template for it. It was developed. These strategies were developed by unscrupulous law firms in the late 80s and early 90s. See, this is the game that gets played. If you want to know, you know, how the corruption in the Trump trials could happen, the template was from family court. It was family court lawyers that built the template for how to do this in criminal and civil courts. Family court was a template for it. It was developed. See, this is the game that gets played. If you want to know, you know, how the corruption in the Trump trials could happen, the template was from family court. It was family court lawyers that built the template for how to do this in criminal and civil courts. Family court was a template for it. It was developed. These strategies were developed by unscrupulous law firms in the late 80s and early 90s. And judges receive most of their campaign donations from these law firms. And so the judges have kind of gone along with it. And now we've got, from the 90s to now, all the judicial training programs are run by those unscrupulous law firms. And so judges think this is just normal. You know, family court judges will just brag like, yeah, we violate people's constitutional rights all the time because we go with the best interest of the child. And they brag about violating parents' constitutional rights. And they hated me for making constitutional rights arguments because the great fear.
Because we go with the best interests of the child. The best interest of the child is to destroy the house. I would urge that in the best interest of the child, the public services being rendered would rather be family education, parenthood, proper parenthood in a Christian community, bringing children up in the ways of the Lord, knowing not to dive into the insanity. No, we can't have that. We need the people indoctrinated to believe that we are the patriarch.
Of all family courts is that one day some father's going to make it into federal court. And they're going to have to rule that these gag orders are unconstitutional, that these supervised visitations are unconstitutional. Because
that one day a father's going to make it into the federal court. Well, that father was Aaron Spencer. It's already been decided. You're not supposed to be using those templates. So just like Aaron Spencer standing up and not being quiet about it, Jeff Younger is standing up and not being quiet about it. What have I been telling you for years, folks? Stand up and don't be quiet about it.
Honestly, if there hasn't been a criminal adjudication that a parent is unfit are unwilling to parent, then there's no basis for the court to interfere in the parent-child relationship. There is no 14th Amendment basis to do it. So the federal
Not only is there no 14th Amendment basis, but again, like I said earlier, Social Security Act, Title 11, Section 1101, subsection D says none of these federal or state agents or officers are supposed to be taking charge over a child against the objection of either parent.
courts, I've been up to federal court many times trying to get in the federal court. I know many fathers do as well. There's an actual rule promulgated by the Supreme Court, and every Chief Justice since 1988 has reaffirmed the rule. And it just says we're not taking any cases out of family court. It's called the Domestic Relations Exception Rule. They just say we're not taking any cases out of family court. It doesn't matter if it implicates your constitutional rights. Doesn't matter if it violates the civil rights statutes. Doesn't matter. We're not taking anything out, any cases from family court. And so they all just get dismissed. They never get heard. And that's what's happened to me repeatedly.
It's crazy.
Family court is a Title IV-D contract. Understand that? And that's your federal question for federal removal for diversity of citizenship.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
What has this done to you emotionally?
Well, what's the best way to describe that? So imagine you have children. And imagine like me, you had children late in life. These are the only kids you're ever going to have. 2 boys, and you're really close with them.
Yeah, he's my age, like 58, I believe. I'll be 50. I'll be 59 on Wednesday, folks. Getting up there. But he's same age. He's up there, right? So he was 40-something when he had these children.
You're really, really close with them to the point where they can almost read your mind. You can almost read their mind. You know, it was something that my current wife would always remark on, that we would, all 3 of us, just get up and go do things. And we didn't talk about it. We all knew. Somehow we were just that close. So imagine you have kids that you're that close with, and you're put in a chair, and a judge brings your children into the room and initially threatens to sexually mutilate them, to castrate them, and begins to teach them all kinds of things that are completely against your ethical beliefs, totally against your ethical beliefs. And the children are punished harshly if they don't assent to these crazy things. And imagine eventually they chemically castrate your kids, and you got to sit there.
And that punishment is not being loved by mom. Okay? A child being threatened that they're not going to be loved by mom unless they do what mom wants them to.
And the judge and a police officer are watching you intently.
That's a wicked seed. And I remind you, she's a pediatrician who took an Hippocratic oath to Apollo and the Greek gods, promising she wouldn't harm anybody.
And if at any time you show anger, or you stand up, or you gesture in a strong way, they're going to conclude that you are a domestic abuser. And they're going to arrest you and put you in jail for domestic abuse. So you have to sit there and remain totally calm in the slow motion sexual abuse of your child. That's what it's like. That's what it's been like for me.
It's horrifying.
I see the end result that's coming. And if I am too masculine in my response, they're going to say, you're abusive. They tried so hard with my sons, the counselors, court-appointed counselors. They tried for years with my sons. They're like, isn't Mr. Younger an authoritarian parent? They asked leading questions like that of my sons. It's in the records. Isn't Mr. Younger an authoritarian? Isn't he tell you what to do all the time? And of course, I'm just the opposite. My sons are like, no, Dad doesn't have any rules. They're like, what? No rules in the house? Like, I don't have rules. No. Dad just tells us to be reasonable with counselors, court-appointed counselors. They tried for years with my sons. They're like, isn't Mr. Younger an authoritarian parent? They asked leading questions like that of my sons. It's in the records. Isn't Mr. Younger an authoritarian? Isn't he tell you what to do all the time? And of course, I'm just the opposite. My sons are like, no, Dad doesn't have any rules. Counselors, court-appointed counselors. They tried for years with my sons. They're like, isn't Mr. Younger an authoritarian parent? They asked leading questions like that of my sons. It's in the records. Isn't Mr. Younger an authoritarian? Isn't he tell you what to do all the time? And of course, I'm just the opposite. My sons are like, no, Dad doesn't have any rules. They're like, what? No rules in the house? Like, I don't have rules. No. Dad just tells us to be reasonable with people. And if we're reasonable with people, we don't have to have rules. He did have to make one rule. I remember James saying, Dad did have to make one rule. We broke 2 iPads, so now we have to keep our iPads on tables. They can't be on the floor. But that's the only rule we have. And so they can never pin that on me. But that's another strategy, is they weaponize masculinity, right?
Absolutely. They did the same thing with me and my children. I was an authoritarian. Therefore, the state had to investigate, make sure I wasn't abusing them. Excuse me. Grounding my daughter to her room is not abusive. What's abusive is the conditioning that I have no authority to do so by both you and the mom, the stepmom, and the other sisters who, as soon as I turned around and walked out the door, told her, okay, he's gone, you can come out. Teaching her that they were going to give her special treatment and love her more than dad does, who disciplines her. Fucking insane and pathetic.
So I had to reteach myself how to talk in court. I talk like a woman in court. I literally got female attorneys and emulated them, learned how to talk like them.
If you know,
And my apologies again for the commercials. They'll be over soon. Thanks for putting up with them.
Because the masculine way that a boxer like me relates to another boxer, you're not only going to lose your kids, they're going to put you under domestic violence restraining order, and you're going to lose your passport. You're going to lose your licensure in the state. If you're a stockbroker, you're going to lose your license. You can't possess a firearm, lifetime. You can't possess a firearm. They're going to do that to you if you're too masculine. So I had to retrain all that. So not only imagine you're watching your kid being sexually abused, but now you got to start acting like a woman and be very passive, because it could get much worse for your kid. Actually, they could remove you in such a way that they could give you a lifetime restraining order, and you could never contact your kids again for the rest of their lives.
So there's a chance you might be going to prison for this, right?
Yeah, I could tell you that I'm definitely going to be going to prison, because the current position of the law is that I have to pay for the chemical and physical castration of my son as medical child support. And I told you the 3 principles. We've gone through that. I'm never going to hurt my son. I'm not going to let my resources be used to hurt my son. So I'm just not going to pay that child support. I'm not doing it. I'm probably going to be going to prison, because the current position of the law is that I have to pay for the chemical and physical castration of my son as medical child support. And I told you the 3 principles. We've gone through that. I'm never going to hurt my son. I'm not going to let my resources be used to hurt my son. So I'm just not going to pay that child support. I'm not doing it. And eventually I'll be prosecuted for it. And in California, I can get up to 2 years in slammer. Probably going to be going to prison, because the current position of the law is that I have to pay for the chemical and physical castration of my son as medical child support. And I told you the 3 principles. We've gone through that. I'm never going to hurt my son. I'm not going to let my resources be used to hurt my son. So I'm just not going to pay that child support. I'm not doing it. And eventually I'll be prosecuted for it. And in California, I can get up to 2 years in slammer. So that's the kind of pressure and emotional boiler, is the way I would describe it, that you're under. It's pretty intense. And when I'm arguing in court, and I gave up using lawyers years ago because the bar is a cartel, and members of the bar are never going to challenge judges on these fundamental rights issues. That's why one of the reasons we never get really rights issues heard is lawyers won't make them. They won't make them to judges because it's challenging the judge. So I went pro se a long time ago, and I've been much more effective pro se. But I have to sit there and
So
make.
you're representing yourself?
Oh yeah, I've been doing that for 7 years. Yeah, make them. They won't make them to judges because it's challenging the judge. So I went pro se a long time ago, and I've been much more effective pro se. But I have to sit there and
So
make.
you're representing yourself?
Oh yeah, I've been doing that for 7 years. Yeah, make them. They won't make them to judges because it's challenging the judge. So I went pro se a long time ago, and I've been much more effective pro se. But I have to sit there and
So
make.
you're representing yourself?
Oh yeah, I've been doing that for 7 years. Yeah. And I've beat some of the top law firms in America. I mean, I don't think it's that hard to be pro se. The biggest problem you have as pro se is the judges. The judges are supposed to give you more leeway as pro se. Like, if you make a mistake, they're supposed to say, hey, do you mean to do this, or can we do it this way? They're allowed to do that with pro se. They're not allowed to do that with a bar attorney. But in practice, what actually happens is they never tell you your mistakes. In fact, they try to trick you. And family court judges in particular are notorious for getting parents to voluntarily waive all of their constitutional rights. Notorious for getting parents to voluntarily. In fact, they try to trick you. And family court judges in particular are notorious for getting parents to voluntarily waive all of their constitutional rights. In fact, they try to trick you. And family court judges in particular are notorious for getting parents to voluntarily waive all of their constitutional rights. So I'll give you an example of that in Texas. So the judge entered this order for supervised visitation and all this, and she very politely says, Mr. Younger, I really think we can, if you go to these supervised visits, we can get this order removed and all this stuff. And it's all lies. Judges are just actors. And she says, so are you prepared to sign the order now? And I said, well, Judge, I'm not going to sign the order. And she said, Mr. Younger, this is a court of law, and this is an order from the court. And I said, well, then you need to sign it. It's your order. What she's trying to trick me into doing was signing approval of the order. Now I can't appeal it, and I've voluntarily given her jurisdiction over all the matters listed. Okay, that's one of the tricks they do. So she said, well, I don't know what to do. I'm going to have another hearing. I said, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll agree that it has the.
Do you guys understand what happens there? He's absolutely right on that, and that's why I don't sign. I'm not going to sign anything unless I know upfront it is an offer and acceptance in formation of contract, and that I get to place my status and capacity on it through the qualified representative signature. First and foremost, so everybody knows before we go into this, who's boss.
Form of a judicial order. I'll agree to the form of the order, but I don't agree to any of the content. So I sent us the form, but not the content. And she was forced to just put it out there without my signature. Most parents will sign those documents. Most lawyers who are representing parents will sign the document. And if your lawyer signs the document, you assented to it. So actually, most of the things that happen in family court that violate parents' rights, parents are tricked into.
So what he's saying there is, if you go get an attorney, one of the rights as parents or as a client, you sign over the right to sign on a document. Now the attorney can sign, and he signs in a representative capacity with his own name. So it doesn't need your signature. You've already assented to all such future signatures. That's the implication. And if you don't understand that, you keep on doing it, you're going to find out. Just like back to blue until it come to you, you're going to keep doing it until it happens to you.
Giving up their rights. And I never did that. And that's what drove them crazy. And that's why they eventually had to let my son move out to Texas.
What a nightmare for you.
Yeah, yeah.
Did James show any signs of wanting to be a female around you?
Never. In fact, I had a dress at home in his closet. And I taught him mathematics through woodworking and stuff, so we built their beds and everything. And so they had their own room, and the furniture was all custom, stuff. And they had this, they tricked out the closet with how they hang their stuff up and all that. And he had a dress in there. And I said, look, if you want to experiment wearing a dress, you can do that here in the house. It's not a problem. You can do it anytime you want. A few weeks go by, and I hear this noise. I get up. I have a bed. My master bedroom's on the downstairs floor. I get up, and James is going back up. The light goes off, and he threw the dress away in the middle of the night when he thought I wasn't looking. So I never saw any of these things. And even when I would go to, and I have tons of video of this, I'll go to pick my son up for my visitation periods from my ex-wife's house. He comes out of her.
So again, correlating to the fact that mommy ain't going to love you unless you are a girl for mommy. And that's the only place it is. Again, when he has the opportunity to expand in the public venue to wearing the dress, if that's what he wanted to do, by doing so right in front of his own dad. He was so uncomfortable in doing so, he threw the dress away just to make sure it was known.
Her house in boys' clothes.
What if I told you this dish was?
And again, my apologies for the commercials. I'll have it fixed soon, I hope. Thanks for putting up with it.
Every meal's balanced and
I mean, you could argue that he's doing that just to please his dad.
Yeah, definitely. But what it shows is he's comfortable in boys' clothes at his mom's house and his dad's.
Do you think the mom kind of brainwashed him into thinking this was something that was?
There's no question in my mind about it. Yeah, 100%.
Like.
Yeah. I mean, when I told you when I asked him that question, why did you do this? And he says, "Mommy doesn't love me if I'm not a girl." That's why he did it. That's why he did it. And I've had a lot of so-called gender experts. Because I've had just in my California trial recently. They put an expert on the stand that I destroyed. When I told you when I asked him that question, why did you do this? And he says, "Mommy doesn't love me if I'm not a girl." That's why he did it. That's why he did it. And when I told you when I asked him that question, why did you do this? And he says, "Mommy doesn't love me if I'm not a girl." When I told you when I asked him that question, why did you do this? And he says, "Mommy doesn't love me if I'm not a girl." That's why he did it. That's why he did it. And I've had a lot of so-called gender experts. Because I've had just in my California trial recently. They put an expert on the stand that I destroyed. A transgender top transgender doctor from Children's Hospital here. Destroyed this woman. And so I talk to them all the time, and they say, "Well, gender is innate and immutable. It's something that you're born with. It's innate and immutable." And so I just go, well, if it's innate and immutable, then how could there possibly be detransitioners? How could that even be possible? They'll say things like, people know their gender identity from an early age. How is that when there's no sexual identity that you have until you go through puberty, early stages of puberty? How is that possible? How could there possibly be detransitioners? How could that even be possible? They'll say things like, People know their gender identity from an early age. How is that when there's no sexual identity that you have until you go through puberty, early stages of puberty? How is that? How could there possibly be detransitioners? How could that even be possible? They'll say things like, people know their gender identity from an early age. How is that when there's no sexual identity that you have until you go through puberty, early stages of puberty? How is that possible? Like, it contravenes everything we know about child development from before. So in this regard, I'm somewhat different than a lot of the people that oppose this child transgender stuff. I think actually you learn to be a man and a woman. I think there's a set of potentialities, like a male child is going to have testosterone, higher testosterone levels, and there are different potential behaviors from that, from a child that has less testosterone, like a female child. But basically, you learn to be a man mainly from other men. And this used to not be very controversial. If you look at the whole history of child rearing in the Western world and behaviors from that, from a child that has less testosterone, like a female child. But basically, you learn to be a man mainly from other men. And this used to not be very controversial. You learn to be a man mainly from other men. You learn to be a man mainly from other men. And this used to not be very controversial. If you look at the whole history of child rearing in the Western world, and even I know quite a bit about the Eastern world, it's very similar there. Children typically were raised by their mothers until they were 9 to 12. And that's actually the origin of why Italians were kind of considered mama's boys, because they stayed in the home till they were 12. When Germans, left their mother's home at 9, so they're like, look at those Italians, they stay with their mom, But basically, men raised older children who were boys, and women raised young children and girls. That's how the world has worked forever, right? You learn to be a man from other men, and it's not innate. And I think the prison studies show this on even sexuality. I think sexuality is fluid. Like, these things are not like identities. And that's really, if I had to put my finger on like where this crazy stuff came from, is there was in the middle part of the 20th century, but it started before that, goes back to the late 1800s, there was a radical redefinition of the human person. So what's happening in America is not really a conflict over transgender rights or left versus right, or social construction theories in psychology versus innate views of the innate person. It's not that. That's not what's happening. What's happening is we have two large groups in America that just don't agree on what a human person is. And so when I say he's my child, the word child, they don't mean the same thing when they say child. And let me give you an example of this. So there's a really good book by a guy named Truman. It's called The Rise and Triumph of the Expressive Self, which chronicles this change. And, if you were to ask my grandfather, he was a farmer, and he literally could outwork. 2 weeks before he died, he literally outworked me on the farm. He could literally outwork me to the day he died. Tough guy. And if you were to ask him, like, does farming fulfill you? Are you self-fulfilled as a farmer? You probably would have spent 4 hours trying to explain the question, because those categories don't go together. Farming was a way he raised his kids and sent his kids to school. And he did the hard physical labor, and now his kids can do white-collar labor. He did that by farming. It wasn't something he liked to do. It didn't even occur to him that whether he would like it or not. He just had to do it, right? That you can see, it's pretty easy for people to see there's been a different change in the way we think about work. People can see that. It's harder to see how this idea of a person changed, but you can see it very clearly with sexual identity. So you ask a Christian like me about sexual identity, and I'm going to say, I don't even know what that is. Sexuality is a behavior. And you're in control of your behaviors. So I don't know what you mean by an sexual identity. It doesn't make, to me, it doesn't even make sense, right? And to a large portion of America, it doesn't make sense, right? So when people talk about sexuality, they're really not talking about the same thing. Then on the other side, if I steel man the other side will say, well, no, sexuality is innate and immutable. And who you're attracted to is innate and immutable. So it's a status, not a behavior. And we don't agree on that in this country, right? Similarly with transgenderism, this idea of a gender identity. Well, I think of gender identity as something you learn, behaviors and duties that you learn from your father and you carry on to your children. And it has to be taught.
Give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. If you want your boy to grow up and be a boy, you got to teach him to be a boy. If you're teaching your boy to grow up as a girl, you're conditioning that young man emotionally, and that is a travesty. That's the destruction of the spiritual onset that God created us in, image and likeness, in the roles that we play in life, in that dominion. You skew those roles and you lose your dominion. And I explain this with women and your feminism and your feminist rights and how it's transitioned to transgender rights. And now you have men competing in your women's sports and taking all your trophies. And now you want to cry about that. Where are you equal? Where are you equal?
It has to be taught. How could it be innate and immutable? How could...
And again, you can call me a misogynist all you want. Because we are not equal. And they are roles. It's not about your identity. Again, I remind you, all you Christians, it's about the message, not the messenger. Correct?
The gender expression of males would be different across cultures if it was innate, biologically innate. That doesn't even make sense, right? To me. Now, let's steel man the other side. And here's what I think goes on in the mind of these people that want to transition their kids, especially boys. They go, well, here's this child, and I believe that sexual identity is the center point of human identity. It's the starting point of almost all aspects of human identity. And people, I've had a lot of people who are on the right with me who say, why would anyone believe that? And I'm like, well, imagine you have a view that's completely conditioned by the theory of evolution, for example. It's the theory of evolution is the theory of sexual selection. So your sexuality is the primary mover of all human progress and advancement. It makes perfect sense, actually, when you think about it like that. So sexuality is the center pivot point in which all other parts of your identity move around. So now you look at a child who maybe is struggling in school or something. And you go, well, this child has no sexual identity. They're prepubescent. Sexual identity doesn't develop until the early part of puberty. So when they look at a child, they see a child with no identity because there's no sexual identity. So
you understand that? They see a child with no identity. The child shouldn't have an identity. He should be able to know thyself. And upon the age of majority, go out and message to the world, I am. And not refer to some record or state statistical documents to prove some identity.
they give the child one. They give the child a sexual identity by which they can express themselves. And they use that language when you listen to them. This is the language they use. I want to give my child an identity so they can express themselves and experiment with who they really are. This is the language that they use. The idea of experimenting with your identity. And you see that contradicts innate and immutable too. That doesn't work either. But that's the strongest way I can show this change in human thinking about it. Even on sexuality and gender, half the country thinks it's a behavior, and half the country thinks it's an innate and immutable biological trait. And so there's no way for us to have a rational discussion about this unless we understand how we're using the same words for different concepts. So we're talking past one another. And when I'm in court, I'm very adept at explaining that to judges and showing that what these transgender doctors are saying is incoherent with our entire knowledge of child development in the past. So the transgender issue isn't really just it's not just some child policy issue or some crazy liberals, as a lot of conservatives, it's just crazy liberals and all. It's not that. It's much more fundamental than that. We have become so decadent, and I don't mean like debauched. I mean in the Latin sense, decadenced. We have become so out of step with one another that we don't even agree on what a human person is. And we can't raise our children the same way. And that's how bad it's become. And I think the future is going to look, and I recognize it's going to go on YouTube, so I have to be careful how I say this. The future is going to look something like this. If we're going to stay together and we're going to pursue a national identity together, these two groups that don't agree on fundamental things, they don't agree on the good life, they don't agree even on what a human person is, we're probably going to have to go back to a radical federalist idea in this.
And this is, again, when I talk about the American reading comprehension being an average of about the 8th grade. How can you have a strong nation in that sense? Same thing here. If you have a divided people that are so confused about what this human person is, how can you have a strong nation? How can they present that human person and defend that human person in cases like Roe versus Wade and this particular situation here when we're talking about gender mutilation and chemical castration and stuff? How come we can't come to terms with it? It seems so obvious.
Country where we just go, okay, California is going to chemically castrate kids, and in Texas, you'll get the death penalty for it. And we're just going to have to accept that California and Texas just we don't have to live the same kind of lives. But the transgender issue is the fissure point. It's the issue which defines all of the other differences. It's the one that shows most clearly because people either assent to it or they don't, and there's no in between. So it's a bellwether issue for the country, and we should pay close attention to it, I think, because of that. Yeah.
And my apologies for the commercials again, folks. I'm thanking you for putting up with them all soon.
So your sons are how old now?
They're 12, almost 13.
And has James done any hormone therapy or any kind of?
So she doesn't have to notify me, but she filed in court in California to put him on puberty blockers. So I'm pretty sure he's on puberty blockers.
So, without his consent, she did it anyway, despite the judge's order in Texas that made it a law and the order saying that she had to have consent. So where did they manipulate the record so that now they could put him on puberty blockers, knowing they're harmful, knowing that he's not of age of consent and doesn't have the full mind faculty to make that consent, and is in fact conditioned to not even his own ideologies, but the ideologies of the pediatrician mom and everybody in her associative ranks that are going along with this. This is what's so monstrous and horrendous about this.
And I should probably tell you how he got to California. So Judge Bloody Mary Brown, the First District Court, Dallas, Texas, issues this order which allows her to move my son to California. I actually seek emergency mandamus relief from the Texas Supreme Court. And I went up there with Justice Young and Justice Blacklock, who were leading the court's analysis of my case. Justice Blacklock, rather absurdly, and this is under the influence of the donors, said that my son was no more likely to be chemically castrated in California than in Texas, which is just the stupidest thing you could ever say. It's illegal in Texas and it's required in California. It's a required medical treatment in California that 12-year-olds can consent to, by the way, in California. So he made that up.
12-year-olds can consent. Has a 12-year-old gone through puberty? Has his mind developed? Has his spirit developed? Has he come upon his own ideologies, or is he being conditioned into the false ideologies of others as a mere matter of emotional conditioning for their liking, for their authoritarian acceptance? Mommy's not going to love you unless you look like a girl, be a girl.
And about 6 months after he issued that ruling, the governor of Texas promoted him to Chief Justice. And what happened was I created so much mayhem in Texas to get that law passed and outlawing this stuff in Texas that the Republicans in Texas said, we just want this case to move out of the state so it's not a political problem anymore. They wanted it to move to California. And so and that's what they're telling all the constituents now. Well, that Jeff Henry case in California, it's not Texas. There's nothing we can do about it anymore. Yeah. That's how the world really works. The world, we think of the court.
So shut off accountability of morals, ethics, and equity and all that. righteousness. And forego it to somebody else. Say we can't do anything about it. You had the opportunity to do something about it. You were involved in the first law, and now somehow you can't enforce that Fourth Amendment, equal protection of the law among the states, in the best interest of the child. Shows maybe you weren't in it for the best interest of the child, and you fought tooth and nail until you finally had to give up. You had one lion of the house of Judah speaking the truth, confronting everybody in the way. And every tongue that rose up in judgment, he condemned. Isaiah 54:17, folks.
Courts as these august institutions with men who, study old books and they apply, common sense and wisdom. And that's not, no, it's highly political. Everything that goes to the courts is highly political. So, it's my intention to go after Justice Blacklock, Chief Justice Blacklock in the Supreme Court, and remove him from office. And I'll be working very hard to do that over the next 5
I don't know if you're talking about Jeff Younger here as rhetoric and not enough evidence, but I assure you, Mitch, he's got all the evidence in the world. We already went over one of the documents from Texas and from Justia and CNN, all kinds of stuff. And we've got another video coming up after this.
So what does this mean for you legally? Are there things that are there repercussions for you?
Yeah. So what happened was the case got moved to LA County, and I wound up in Department 63 under Judge Mark Uhas.
The point is to impress upon the people how imperative it is to learn this stuff so you can stand up and start speaking out against it, because the evidence is overwhelming of how systemic it is and why it's systemic. It's that popularity contest of one person and getting the support of other people due to a monetary and political scheme of keeping up with the Joneses and posing that you're doing good for the people and in support of the laws and everything, when in fact you're the one that's helping to change these policies for your will against the goodwill of the people, no matter who their God is. Particularly in situations where we're talking about chemical castration of children, puberty blockers that are harmful to them. Why do you think we have such a wide scale of insanity when it comes to these Kens and Karens and what we're seeing in today's world? This has been going on for a long time. It's called conditioning, and people have been conditioned by news media, political propaganda, the public education system, doctors, the commercial world. That's why I impress upon people to gain the knowledge to see what's going on for what it is and step back and start playing your part in your true nature, because otherwise you destroy your very own nature as a true man or a true woman. That's why you're playing this character all your life. It's a big LARP and you're in the loop. Recognize that one, Mitch? Absolutely agree there. Pretty simple. Yes. Well, no, you don't, Mitch. You don't yourself. I know that. I'm talking about the people that are just coming onto this information and seeing it, and it's going to keep coming to light more and more. We're going to see more and more officers arrested and serving jail time as well. Did some of that yesterday. And the basic simplicity again is I singularly have a right to know but exponential, or a right to express myself, but exponentially, everybody else's right to know is more powerful and is in fact what empowers me to speak out on it. So I'm just going to keep speaking out on it, Mitch. You're free to come up and join and give me your input. I'd appreciate that. But mainly this is for the other people that don't know, because inherently it is their right to know. And I can only hope one day the message will get through. This has nothing to do with me. And that's why I say, don't believe me. Don't believe the neighbor. Don't believe the government. For crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Coincidentally. Do your research so you know. And inherently, kids are inquisitive. Let them ask questions.
And right from the very beginning, some very strange things happened in this case. So I had a federal case going on, and it was just to seek declaratory relief to relieve me of the unconstitutional gag order. There was a mistake made. Do you know the MoFo law firm, Morris Forster? They are the most powerful law firm in California. They represent Google, Facebook, and all those people. That's the law firm I was facing. Their retainers are astronomical. So I've always known that my wife was getting help from somewhere, but because it's so much money, like how can she afford the retainers on the lawyers in Texas? The law firm is Coons Fuller. Their minimum retainer is $175,000 minimum. And they tripled that at going to trial. Like, so she's spending $500,000 every time she sues me. And she sued me over and I've been in a continuous lawsuit for 11 years. So imagine she spent millions of dollars. Where's this money coming from? Well, I learned this in the federal lawsuit. Once I moved to California, I file in the central district with federal court to get rid of this gag order. And the MoFo lawyer, MoFo is Morris Forster. That's actually their website, mofo.com. So sends an email. And I think there were a number of lawyers copied.
And that's one of the main specific points here, is that this system is so bastardly that something that should seem simple and righteous should have been clarified and over with long time ago. But the insanity is so pervasive that here it is, 11 years on, more than 11 years on now, and it's still going on. But again, this guy's doing an excellent job speaking up and tearing them all apart.
In the C money. I think those lawyers should have been in the BCC field, the blind copy field, but they were in the CC field. And I think it was a mistake. And they were lawyers from nonprofit NGOs that are funded by USAID and George Soros.
And my apologies again for the damn commercial. One day. Thanks again for putting up with it, because I certainly don't appreciate it, especially when they last this fucking long, because I'm just going to have to keep speaking over it no matter what.
Hi, it's
And here
Nicole
we
from
got
St.
another one
Thomas.
that they want you to listen to.
Will you
But
sign our
again, I don't
petition
want you to listen
demanding
to it. So
Congress-
thanks anyway.
So it became very apparent to me at that point why it was so politically difficult to get the law passed in Texas and so forth. So let me now explain a little bit of the background about how Republicans actually started the transgender movement. So the largest donor to the Republican Party today is a guy named Paul Singer. And Paul Singer founded the Human Rights Campaign. You know, the yellow equal sign? Yeah, a Republican founded that, not a Democrat. And
I agree with that wholly, Mitch, because I mentioned an aspect earlier where a judge said that this guy was trying to publicize it for his own monetary scheme or whatever. And in that, the objection I do have to him doing this in this public venue is because he doesn't understand equity and how to go to private route and forcing the word of the Father, ecclesiastically, whatnot, and all that. But I can't fault him for it either, because forgive him, for he knows not what he learned and what he's doing. He's learning and doing a great job of it for those others that are involved with this system and need a better comprehension, so they too can eventually find an easier way out. So I agree again, it's a process, and the more people like yourself and I can actually empower that equity ourselves through our own situations and bring that out to people, that would be a great panel I would love to have you up on, for sure. Because again, I know you understand that stuff, but for the people that don't, this is what they're actually going through or will go through and need to be prepared for. This simple knowledge is how we can, in mass, show how to defeat that administrative court system. It's not part of us. It's that freedom of association and setting thine house in order. And again, like those Christian scriptures say about setting thine house in order, it nowhere mentions the government. None. No branch of the government. I agree. And that's one of the things I'm trying to point out here. One thing this man did do right was he was homeschooling himself. He did some homeschooling himself, just kind of like my adoptive parents did their homeschooling while I was attending public school. Same kind of situation there. But again, the agenda is, like you said earlier, don't put your kids in public schools. Don't go to the internet for your education. Don't raise your offspring for the standards of society. He's doing a lot of this, but at the same time, because he doesn't have a perfected way of being outside of this societal system, this social compact that is so imperative that everybody be under the authority of a false patriarch. Until people can step outside of that with the reality and let these people know, hey, I'm not subject to your laws. I'm the one that delegated you your authority to legislate them, and you're not supposed to be legislating them against me. I'm not part of that association. I'm not the resident. I'm not the United States citizen. And that's important information that I would hope people would learn, because it's a redefining of yourself, and that coming with clean hands, knowing thyself. I'm not that person. That's the true bastard, if you want to know. And yes, the law is made for the lawless. So it's not a matter of defeating it. It's knowing what the tactics they use against you, so you don't have to worry about them. And again, being able to teach them beyond that, the equity side, so we can approach these people in private. Like I said, I meet with the mayor privately, and I let him know what's on my mind. I'm currently working on another writing to take before him to show him the principles that I see in the scripture of what I'm doing and why. It's imperative duty, sanctified and ordained so. There is no power but that which is ordained by God. These are the scriptures that are the foundation of the supreme law of this land that you took an oath to. So why not bring the supreme law of the land in the word of God? That's the ecclesiastical court, the court of declaration. And he even said he entered for a declaratory judgment. In the declaratory judgment, it should have been a matter of equity and a private declaration. He made it in public.
He also runs the Manhattan Institute, completely funds it, which is a prominent conservative think tank. He funds the Claremont Institute and is a substantial donor to the Heritage Foundation. So he has a lot of say over what these people do. He's deeply committed to the transgender issue and funded lawsuits for it all over the country, created the framework for corporations to the scoring system for gay and transgender people that are used for investments, like Vanguard and all these big investment things where they're going to invest in, buy your stock or not. He invented all that stuff. So he's the largest donor.
Despite the fact that the first clinic opened up for transgender stuff, found out that these methods were harmful and closed down because of it. Decades ago, they've known this, and they're still perpetrating it for profit.
The Republican Party, he's the largest out-of-state donor to politicians in Texas. So that's what I'm actually fighting here. That's what I've actually been fighting. Billionaire hedge fund guys that want leftist social policies. So I'm in this California court, and I find this, I see these lawyers and these foundations, and I'm like, oh, that's what's really happening. So then my antenna is up. In California, it's weird. In family court, you get 3 judges in a California family court. You get a supervising judge, which was Judge Kaufman in LA County. You get a home court judge, which was Judge Kazadi, and then you get a trial judge. And it allows you to kind of almost have like a little appeal for things. If something doesn't go quite right, you can go back up to the supervising judge, have a look at it, right? So right off the bat, we meet with home court judge, Judge Kazadi. She's completely taken my side. She's like, why can't this man see his kids? There's no reason he can't see his kids. There's no domestic violence. There's no even allegations of abuse. It's never occurred. Like, why can't he see his kids? Opposing counsel starts texting. Then the judge picks up her phone and reads a text. And she says, we're going to take a 30-minute recess. She walks out of the courtroom. Even the court reporter was like, what? What happened? She comes in after 30 minutes and says nothing other than the following. This case is sealed. I'm watching this idea of the person changed, but you can see it very clearly. Justice Blacklock, rather absurdly, and this is under the influence of the donors, said that my son was no more likely to be chemically castrated in California than in Texas, which is just the stupidest thing you could ever say. It's illegal in Texas and it's required.
What point were we at there? I missed it. I got sidetracked here, folks. Hold on just a second here. I got to look this up and we'll get right back to it. Because there's a point there I wanted to make. Reiterate. Okay.
California. It's a required medical treatment in California that 12-year-olds can consent to, by the way, in California. So he made that up. And Justice Blacklock, so Judge Bloody Mary Brown, the First District Court, Dallas, Texas, issues this order which allows her to move my son to California. I actually seek emergency mandamus for that happens. Then they collapse all three of those judicial functions into one judge, Mark. This case is sealed. I walked out.
Okay. Just like the Aaron Spencer case, where they re-adjudicated the gag order, but then turned around and said, this case is sealed. You see how they follow a certain process, just like the templates. They follow a certain process in what they're doing.
The clerks at the LA County Courthouse completely deleted all my records. My lawyer could not access them. I could not access them. Nobody could access them. Except, interestingly, opposing counsel, the one who sent the text, could still access them. So that's the first thing weird that happened. My entire record was deleted. Not
right. And that brings up that right there. That's why I go with the record. Mitch says, I'm fighting to get the devil to act the way I want him to. That's the logic I'm working with. Yes. And that's, the difference between taking this stuff to those administrative courts, the family courts and stuff, and dealing with it there. It proves that you're not competent of the equity and the comprehension of bringing forth the true law. And this guy is a Christian. In this Christian society. So it's imperative, again, that spiritual foundation in a Christian society would seem to be that you would know those scriptures first and foremost, so that you could bring the child up in his spirit, in the ways of the Lord. At least that's my logic, Mitch. And that's why I say, it's important to go to the equity side. Trying to fight the devil to act the way I want him to is absolutely inherently wrong, in my opinion, as well. And that's why, again, if it's the individual's name and number that identify the record, then we go to the record. Okay, that's all I'm fighting is the record. And my apologies, it's mutual mistakes. Forgiveness for those that forgive me, the equity side, coming with clean hands. I'm sorry, I repent, I won't do it again. I can't say that I'm a resident or United States citizen. Now knowing the pertinent facts and the qualifications there too, I am in fact whether that be a brother in Christ or a child of God, whatever you want to express it, again, in this Christian society.
They have a way of keeping it offline so you can only get paper copies. They have a way of protecting the paper copies. We have to get permission from a judge. They didn't do that. They actually deleted it. So that happens. Then they collapse all three of those judicial functions into one judge, Mark Uhas, who's my trial court judge. So now he's the supervising judge, the home court judge, and the trial judge.
Communicate in English.
Again, my
easily.
apologies for the damn commercials. It'll be resolved here soon. I assure you. Thanks for putting up with it. And there's another mention where they collapsed these three judges in his case. In my last case, that traffic case, possession case, 9 years ago? Yeah, 9 years ago now. They had me under 4 different judges throughout the process. Rather than sticking with the one judge, they had 4 judges taking care of the different phases as we went through. Funny stuff.
Rules that the records are sealed, the case is sealed, and no one may enter the courtroom except me, the lawyers, and expert witnesses. So the public was denied the right to view the trial.
The public was denied the First Amendment right to know. Again, an undisclosed but read between the lines thing. The only way I am empowered to freely express myself in freedom of speech is the fact that you exponentially as a whole of people have the right to know. And that's what empowers my singular right to express myself.
No one saw what they did to me in there. And this is really important. And the judge probably had to do this to prevent himself from being prosecuted. So there's a whole network of court watchers in family court. And here's what we found. Some of them will secretly record. They're not supposed to, but they'll secretly record the proceedings. Then we get the court reporter's record, and it doesn't match the audio recording. And it happens all the time. Happens all the time. The judges are instructing the court reporters to alter the record to prevent an appeal. And a lot of times these judges are committing felonies on the bench by violating criminal statutes. They're not supposed to, but they'll secretly record the proceedings. Then we get the court reporter's record, and it doesn't match the audio recording. And it happens all the time. Happens all the time. The judges are instructing the court reporters to alter the record to prevent an appeal. They're not supposed to, but they'll secretly record the proceedings. Then we get the court reporter's record, and it doesn't match the audio recording. And it happens all the time. Happens all the time. The judges are instructing the court reporters to alter the record to prevent an appeal. And a lot of times these judges are committing felonies on the bench by violating criminal statutes. That won't be in the record. One of the things in my written record that's allowed, they just put 3 dots and say they couldn't hear me. They couldn't hear me. So I made objections which were important for on appeal, but they don't show in the record because the court reporter couldn't hear me. So that's why he had to keep people out of the court, to prevent illicit recording, because he knew very well what he was going to do. And sure enough, right off the bat, he denies me an independent medical exam. So the medical status of this child is the fundamental issue, right? The medical and psychological status of the child. He denies me an independent medical exam. He denies me an independent psychological exam. And the other side didn't even have to give me evidence in discovery, which violates the Discovery Act in California and is grounds for disbarment. I didn't get any discovery in my case, but I had to provide discovery. I provide over 1,000 pages of discovery. That's a lot of work, a week's worth of work. So right off the bat, he goes down this road. Then I noticed a change in him. And I think somebody on the appellate court got to him and said, you're being so unfair to the guy. I don't know that if he comes up here, we'll have to rule for him because it looks so bad right now. So then he became scrupulously fair after that. And let me make my case. I destroyed their witnesses. Then when he comes out with his ruling, he basically removes the gag order, the illegal gag order, because in California, apparently in the appellate court, that's just not going to stand here. They allow free speech here. So that's it. I
remind you again of the Aaron Spencer trial and the gag order they laid down. Appellate court said once already, no. And when they brought it up in the Aaron Spencer case, they said, sorry, we've already seen this one. It's a template. No. Guess what? Isn't that what he was referring to when he said template here? Was the template gag order? They're gonna say no.
Funny moment in the court forced him to admit that right-wing speech was free speech. He really didn't want to do that. That was pretty funny. So he takes that gag order off. Then he still keeps me on supervised visitation, but he now says phone calls have to be supervised. So a phone call to my kid is going to cost me $500, right? And he says she doesn't have to give the kids your letters. And if you send presents, she doesn't have to give them to the kids. And she doesn't have to tell you anything about their medical or educational or anything. You don't get any notifications at all. So that's what happened. So we go through some post-trial litigation after. They're trying to get me to pay, I think, $99,000 in legal fees and all stuff. It's really about, the family court is really about getting the father to fund all the litigation because they want the father to go away, basically. So we're doing this post-trial litigation. I file an anti-SLAPP lawsuit. And California has an anti-SLAPP statute, which lets you challenge any attempt to silence your speech. And it's mandatory that you get attorney's fees if you win. So he had to rule on the, as she doesn't have to give the kids your letters. And if you send presents, she doesn't have to give them to the kids. And she doesn't have to tell you anything about their medical or educational or anything. You don't get any notifications at all. So that's what happened. So we go through some post-trial litigation after. They're trying to get me to pay, I think, $99,000 in legal fees and all stuff. It's really about, the family court is really about getting the father to fund all the litigation because they want the father to go away. Right. And he says she doesn't have to give the kids your letters. And if you send presents, she doesn't have to give them to the kids. And she doesn't have to tell you anything about their medical or educational or anything. You don't get any notifications at all. So that's what happened. So we go through some post-trial litigation after. They're trying to get me to pay, I think, $99,000 in legal fees and all stuff. It's really about, the family court is really about getting the father to fund all the litigation because they want the father to go away, basically.
And child support is what funds that litigation. So when I denied child support, but paid for my child's bills and clothes and things like that, I was supporting my child. Just because I didn't go through the state and its fraudulent Title IV-D program doesn't mean I'm a deadbeat daddy. Just like this man. He was doing everything in the best interest of his child.
So we're doing this post-trial litigation. I file an anti-SLAPP lawsuit. And California has an anti-SLAPP statute, which lets you challenge any attempt to silence your speech. And it's mandatory that you get attorney's fees if you win. So he had to rule on the anti-SLAPP motion. It's mandatory. So what he said was, Mr. Younger admitted in my court, he says, in the ruling that I just got yesterday morning. Mr. Younger admitted in my court that he is going to continue to be politically active and try to outlaw transgender procedures in California. Mr. Younger's speech, however, political speech, however, has resulted in harassment of plaintiff, my ex-wife. Therefore, it's not covered under the anti-SLAPP statute because his political speech was harassment. He never connects the fact that I'm lobbying for laws or doing interviews like the one I'm doing now to actual harassment of her. I'm sure third parties have harassed her. I believe her when she says it. It's just, I'm not harassing her, right? I hardly mention her name, right? But he used the fact that she had been harassed by third parties who are nameless, but nobody knows who they are, to maintain some of the speech restrictions on me. He's basically
using a victimization that may or may not be in the favor of the woman who they're posing as a victim when he's done absolutely nothing wrong himself.
Said in the ruling, Mr. Younger, if you're going to use your political rights and try to outlaw transgender procedures on kids in California, you can't see your kids. That's basically what the ruling says. And that's where I'm at now. So I'm working on an election recall on Mark Uhas because he's done this to several other fathers. So he has a pattern of behavior on the bench of violating parental rights.
Pattern of violating parental rights through political venues by specifically saying that they're going to change legislation. Again, I remind you that when they need to adjust records and stuff, they just change policy, like getting rid of asylums, so that it makes it look like the crime rate goes up. Same thing in individual cases. They will manipulate the record to make it look otherwise.
I'm working on a recall of Gavin Newsom. And in the high desert areas of Southern California, people are not happy with him. And I think we can get a recall election. I don't know if we can win it, but I think we can get a recall election. And I have already prepared model legislation for the California legislature to outlaw these procedures on kids. And we're going to put a lot of grassroots pressure on some of these people to do this. And of course, we're going to have to go head to head with your Senator Scott Wiener. You know, I've always said that if I could ever agree to any transgender
grassroots press, that's what they're calling it, the grassroots press. That's the social media platforms and stuff like YouTube. Okay. Podcasts, things like this. Grassroots press
operation, it would be to cut Wiener out of the California Senate. That guy needs to go. He's going to be our main obstacle. He's politically powerful because he's a donation magnet.
Hold up. Alana
Absolutely a
and
donation magnet.
protein
And for that,
powder.
go ahead and hit that PayPal
Natural,
link instead of paying
original,
attention to this
and
damn
versatile.
commercial. Thanks.
Dessert
For big donors who want to push this stuff, guys like Paul Singer and guys like George Soros. I do think I got some benefit from President Trump's executive order. I was working with his staff and was in contact with them about this, and they promised me that he would do it in the first month, and they did it in the first 3 weeks. It's actually the first time elected officials ever kept a promise to me. And I do think James is not on cross-sex hormones yet. And Children's Hospital has said after Trump's order that if you're already on a treatment plan, we'll keep doing it, but we're not putting any new kids on it. So it may prevent my son from getting cross-sex hormones. And why is that important? If you look at the statistics, every child that goes into cross-sex hormones, 100% of them go to surgery. 100%. It alters the brain and it alters things sufficiently that all of them go to surgery. So keeping my son off cross-sex hormones is my main focus right now. I'm going to also work with 2 senators who have already introduced bills to allow children who have been victimized by these procedures with a 30-year statute of limitations, because we don't know the long-term effects of this stuff, to sue the clinics. That long statute of limitations would be enough for most clinics to shut it down because it's too risky legally. I'm trying to get Senator Hawley to modify his bill.
See, and that again goes to that first of the 10 points of the Nuremberg Code, where the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. And if you have a gender transition before the mind is capable of comprehending, like I said earlier, what you're in fact doing is you're transitioning the mind.
In the federal Congress to allow parents to sue as well. And that's what Trump's executive order calls for. So Trump has directed the agencies to work with the Congress to make that happen. So all the agencies will assist me in doing that. And I'll be there next month in DC working on that. So basically what's happened is,
and again, to call it for what it is, it's not actually transitioning, it's conditioning. And here we're talking about chemicals that not only condition the transition, but the mind. It doesn't prepare the body to transition from male to female through hormone changes, and then further mutilation through amputation of perfectly viable appendage. It's just insane, folks.
my ex-wife generated more leftist political power in Texas and California than I was able to produce. She produced more political power than me and was able to eventually, after 10 years, chemically castrate my son. So what I'm going to have to do is generate even more political power in order to try to keep him off cross-sex hormones. And that's basically where I'm at right now.
Heartbreaking story.
Yeah.
How's your mental health?
Well, there's some things I've learned. I remember sitting in a deposition facing Jessica Janicek, who was the top attorney from Coons-Fuller. She's a specialist in removing fathers.
So he is technically, seemingly no longer functional as a male, but still has the genitalia. And what he's talking about with the gender X thing is the full transition, going on to surgery instead of just living your life out as a tranny with junk that don't work.
From Charles Ivy. She has a technique for getting every father onto supervised visitation. Took her a long time with me, but she eventually got me. Was in a deposition, and she was using incredibly insulting language about my children and other things. And I realized she was trying to bait me to act like a man. And if I acted like a man, they can say I'm abusive. And I realized that being calm was a weapon that I could use.
And again, my apologies. I don't know why we're getting so many commercials on this one, but thanks if you donate. I appreciate it. Sorry you have to put up with this.
And I can tell you definitely in that California courtroom, my calmness saved me from lots of work. It could have been a lot worse for me from Judge Mark Uas. But that ability to be calm. And that has actually, I think, had mental health benefits.
I'm sure.
You know, to be under extreme stress and duress, but be able to remain calm.
The way you present.
You had to work on that. You understand what he did? He self-conditioned himself in his own best interest, so that he could uphold the best interest of his son. Amazing concept, huh?
This whole story without getting upset or
Yeah.
swearing or anything like that
Yeah, and I really want to.
is remarkable.
You probably saw me bite back a few.
I can only hope that I can do the same. I can see I already have a slight problem with it, but hopefully one day, hopefully I've still got a long enough life left that I accomplish that goal, that I'm able to speak coherently and with diplomatic etiquette as a man, in a quiet enough voice to still foment my masculinity and not to sit there and be seen as some bitch ass cuck slave. My apologies for my language.
Because I know we're on YouTube, but it's like, so there's that. I think there's a sense also of the long game, you know. No matter what happens to James, there's nothing that no mistake he can make that's so bad he can't get to heaven. He can always get to heaven, right? And so you have to have a sense of proportion. It's a temporary life we lead here.
So is that a father looking out for the long game for his son? He can always get to heaven. Isn't that the end goal, to get to heaven? So you suppose inherently you can see through this man's expression that that's what he's doing, is he's thinking the long game. Pay attention, folks.
I believe in a
Even if you're caught up in this system, the long game is imperative in understanding what the true rules are, so you don't get caught up and subdued by that master servitude shit. You can see he's speaking out against it. He knows he's not a slave. He knows he's right. He knows he has a duty to do this.
a life that transcends this life. And if you have a belief like that, you take things seriously, but not too seriously. You know what I'm saying? So my son's, the condition of my son's spirit is more important to me than his body, put it that way.
Seriously, but not too emotionally, is a great way to put it in my eyes.
And so I'm playing the long game. And I mean, I'm 60, you know, well, I'm almost 60. And, you know, I just want to be around long enough to help him over that. I want to leave him a legacy to get started on. I want his brother to keep some of the awesome character traits that his brother has, his brother Jude, and build on those things. So I'm just playing the long game, and I think that helps. I have, you know, my dad used to tell me, you know, like when things are really bad and you just have lost hope and stuff, you know, like when I was not a very good boxer at first, and for some reason I didn't have good perception. You know, it kind of, my dad could never quite figure out why, but I was a real powerful hitter, but I would get hit a lot. So, and I would get real frustrated. My dad said, look, you can't despair over this stuff, right? He said, anytime you feel like you just are lost, just make your situation 1% better. Just 1% better.
And if you want to be a better man, you can still be a better man. And the same concept. Every day, just 1% better. Just 1% better. Just 1% better. Even if you're at 100%, just 1% better proves that you're better and that now you're at 100%, right? If that's your delusion. And I reference these gals that think they're 10s. So even if you think you're a 10, don't you think you want to be better? Because if you think you're the best, you're certainly in a delusion.
And all the despair will go away because you realize tomorrow you can do another %, you know? And when you understand that attitude that my dad gave me, I think has really helped me, because, you know, when I'm down, I just get to work and make the situation 1% better for James.
Again, my apologies for the commercials. Appreciate you putting up with them. Maybe hit that PayPal in the meantime.
And that could mean anything from writing him a letter, putting it online. It could mean saying prayers for my son, which I do every day. It could mean talking to elected officials. It could mean taking calls from I get hundreds of calls a month from other parents going through this stuff, asking me for advice about how to deal with the courts, and because it's completely contrary to what the lawyers will tell you. You know, and I always say, save James, save thousands of children. He's not the only one. So I just try to make things 1% better, and I don't sink into despair if I do that.
And again, he's not just thinking about James. Save James, save others. So he's thinking about children as a generalization. And I think that's a great thing again, because I think we have a lot of people that aren't looking out for the children, and we need more men that will look out for the children. So again, Isaiah 54, and it starts out in the first verse talking about singing out, though thou didst not bear his children. There are more children of the desolate than there are of the married wife, telling us that there is a duty in taking up these children that need a good patriarch in their house, in their life. And then it ends up with Isaiah 54:17, where no weapon shall prosper against thee, and ye shall rise up against any tongue, every tongue that places judgment, and condemn it. That's what I see Jeff doing here. And I hope I can only impress that upon others, that you have to get that knowledge, and that knowledge is the truth. So as long as you can observe the world for what it really is and pay attention to that setting thine house in order, and it's not about identity, it's not about the messenger, it's about the message, and that is that we each play a role in life. We have a natural character that embodies what that role should be. Are we male or female? So let's take a look at the next one. And this one here, we're going to get more into the psychological aspect of things as he speaks here. This one here is an hour and 25 minutes long, and we'll speed that one up a little bit too. But again, I can only hope people have their notes and notepads and pens, and writing down questions and things that they might want to say. This is a family court nightmare. Jeff Younger's harrowing crusade to save his son. And this here is from Stephanie Winn. Some kind of, what was it? Some kind of therapist. Go over and check her out. Stephanie Winn. Some kind of therapist. And I'll drop this link in the chat as well.
Your children aren't safe from the transgender menace. The schools transition my son secretly. It's very clear the courts will side with the parent that wants to transition the child, not the other way around. The most important thing is that in your state, in your schools, and in your county, you make sure that this stuff is illegal. You make sure that it is not legal for the government to assist it, and make sure it's not legal for parents to do it to their children.
You must be some kind of therapist.
Today, I am speaking with Jeff Younger. He is a father of a son who was quote-unquote transitioned and chemically castrated without his consent. Jeff now works as a family rights activist, and today he is here to share a harrowing cautionary tale. Should be a sobering conversation, but a necessary one. Jeff, thank you for joining me today.
It's a pleasure to be here, Stephanie. Thanks for having me.
So I think your story has some things in common with Harrison Tinsley's story, which has been shared on this podcast, but it's yours didn't work out so well.
That's right.
Those who listened to Harrison's story understand that the only reason he was really able to effectively protect his son is that there was a lot of other evidence unrelated to the gender issue of the instability of the mother.
Right.
And that is why the court sided with him. You were.
And this particular story here, with the mother being the pediatrician and having all this background and support from associations, yeah, there was a different determination. So understand the reality. The mother is still unfit. She's using the support of a false patriarch and that popularity system of welfare for mothers and children. Title IV-D contracts in the courts, trying to force child support for chemical castration of a boy. Again, it's sick.
Not so fortunate. And I'm going into this interview blind, as I like to do sometimes, or when it just happens to work out that way. Sometimes I know my guest's story and sometimes I don't. So I like to think that when I don't know my guest's story, that I'm kind of with my listeners along for the ride, hearing everything for the first time. So I guess just start from the beginning.
Well, it started when my sons were 2.5 years old. I have two sons, James and Jude. I'm a Christian, and I named them after the brothers of Jesus. Starting about 2.5, I started noticing weird stuff from my ex-wife, who was a pediatrician in Coppell, Texas. And she started doing weird things like she would put my son in timeouts, which first of all is weird because I raised my children until they were almost 10, and I had them either 50% of the time or 28 or 32, depending on what time in the story you get there. And I'm really lucky. My children, I never even had to put them in timeouts. They're reasonable young men. But she would put them into timeouts and she would say, "Don't be a boy. The monsters only eat boys," and then shut the door in the bedroom and stuff. So it's like, hey, you can't do that kind of stuff. Like, don't make him feel bad for being a boy. She immediately filed for divorce. And using her relationships with psychologists and care providers in the local community, was able to go to court and force me out of my own house. And I moved about a mile up the road. And when my son turned 3 years old, just after his 3rd birthday, he told me that his mom was telling him that he was a girl and that he believed her. And if your audience goes out to YouTube, they can search for "Mommy Says I'm a Girl" on YouTube, and you'll see that video. I'm an Orthodox Christian. So this video went viral all over Europe because in Orthodox countries in Eastern Europe, they sort of look upon Texas as like a Bible Belt state. So it just did not make sense to them that this could possibly be happening. In any case, she began to ramp up transitioning him and began to actually socially transition him, and he got a new name. The court records show that initially he chose the name Starfire from a cartoon character, but she talked him into getting the name Luna, which seems to be a very popular name for transgender children because of the book Luna, which is, I'm pretty sure, where it came from. So we got to this went on for 3 years, so we got to our divorce.
So she's literally using a fantasy world to help him derive a name to live in a fantasy world as if though it's reality that he's a girl when in fact he was born a boy and was never allowed the opportunity to experience the role of a boy. Actually, I can't say that. He was allowed to experience the role of a boy, obviously. My apologies, because that's what Dad wanted. But it seems evident now that the role of a girl was impressed upon him so much that somehow he consented to the chemical castration. So he was conditioned that he was not meant for the role of a boy.
Trial. We had a counselor. His name is Blake Mitchell. He operates out of Frisco, Texas. Blake Mitchell asked me what the number one concern I had in the divorce. And I think he expected to hear something like property or money, and I really don't care about this stuff. I said, she's tampering with my son's gender identity. And he looked into this. He told the court he did. I gave him the video that's on YouTube that I just mentioned. And he told the court that my ex-wife was not trying to transition my son to a girl. He told the court that I had made a false accusation against her. And on that basis, gave me less than standard possession time with my son. So I was restricted from seeing my son because I truthfully reported that she was trying to transition him, and she lied to the court.
I have so many questions already. Okay, so you had twin boys. You have.
Yes. They're not identical, but yeah, they're twins.
You have fraternal twin boys.
Yes.
And any idea why your ex-wife targeted one of them?
Yeah, I have personal opinions. And then, of course, there's what she testified in court, which you'll quickly see as bogus. I'll lead off with what she said in court under oath. She said that she was in Target with James, and he saw a silver purse with a unicorn, and he asked her to buy it for him. A few days later, he asked for a girl's toy and a McDonald's Happy Meal, and that's when she began to explore the idea that he might be a girl. Now, the court, that was at my 2019 trial. The divorce was in 2016. So in the 2019 trial, the judge absolutely and the jury did not buy this explanation, this sworn testimony. What I think is really going on is she had 2 daughters. She told me when we got married and before we got married and we were doing the engagement that she had adopted these children, which, from a Christian perspective, taking care of orphans is one of the number one things.
And my apologies. I said earlier that she was inseminated, and that was an error. She obviously adopted him. But the situation is that she raised them as girls after adopting them. And maybe that's her preference, that she wanted girls, or that, like he said, that she adopted them. It wasn't her and her husband. There was no husband involved. She adopted 2 girls. And as a pediatrician, was she experimenting with being a mother to girls? And in that, when she got married to this man, did that experimentation continue on when she decided on her own, without consent of the father, that she was going to condition one of the boys to be a girl? Where does this insanity come in, people? I can't limit it to just women, but you heard him say earlier, and the stats will confirm it, that most children are transitioned by women.
That we should be doing. So I'm all for it. But it turns out there was another side to the story that I didn't find out until about 18 months into the marriage, right before she became pregnant. The younger daughter was in fact adopted, but from her brother in California, who was a 3-time convicted felon and had exposed the child to methamphetamine in the womb and had conducted pretty serious child abuse on her. So I didn't know that I had a special needs child. So that's the first thing. She was adopted, though. That was not a lie. Her other child was from a sperm donor, however, and was not adopted. If I had known,
there we go. The one was adopted. I thought he said earlier they were adopted, but the one is a sperm donor, like I thought. Okay, confusion is settled.
that, I would have definitely not married her. So I found that out about 18 months into the marriage. So that's the first thing. She was adopted, though. That was not a lie. Her other child was from a sperm donor, however, and was not adopted. If I had known that, I would have definitely not married her. So I found that out about 18 months into the marriage. Her other child was from a sperm donor, however, and was not adopted. If I had known that, I would have definitely not married her. So I found that out about 18 months into the marriage.
And this is why it's important to understand where these children come from and asking questions and coming with clean hands. He just admitted himself that had he known that first, he would have never married her. So when it comes to these 304 hoes and otherwise, single moms with children, it's very important to understand the origins of where those children are, what those children come from, and your capacity in taking care of desolate children of the unmarried wife.
I figured out the special needs child thing because she really just took no interest in the schooling of the younger child. And so I went to school, and I sat in classes with her and tried to encourage her. She seemed to be timid, and I discovered in working with her on her homework at home that she was in 4th grade and unable to do the addition algorithm. So I asked the school to test her, and sure enough, she couldn't do addition. So I pulled her out of public schools and I took off 3 months off work during the summer and just homeschooled her and got her ready to enter into a private school. And I got her into one of the better private schools in my area. And she's a D student. Then the next semester she was a C student. The next semester she was a B student, and she wound up being an A student. She's perfectly capable with.
So ignoring the education in one and educating and paying attention to that education in the other. Again, maybe I'm just seeing things, but maybe she's conducting her own fucking experiment. I don't know. Maybe I'm insane. But this certainly seems like an example of conditioning in 2 girls and finding out whether education makes a difference. And then in whether you can educate a boy to be a girl. Interesting. Insane and delusional, I think, but interesting. That's what I see. Let me know what you think.
With a lot of extra work, but perfectly capable. But it's really strange to me that her mother didn't know this. How does a kid get to 4th grade and you don't know they can't do the addition algorithm? That just didn't compute for me. And there was a consistent pattern in the relationship where she picked a winner child and a loser child. So the winner child was the older daughter. And, we would have just, for me, were just excruciating, dinner time conversations where she would just literally spend an hour and talk about the superiority of the older daughter to the younger daughter. So that's one of the first times I just had to say, you can't do that. Like, I'm not going to put up with that. We're not going to run children down here. We're going to love the children equally. We're going to support them. If one kid needs more support than another, we're going to give it to them. We're not going to give equal support if one needs more in some areas. We're going to help the kids where they need to be. So my ex kind of fell in line with that, but still really couldn't get over it. And I'll tell you how bad it was. And this is a warning sign too that happened about 18 months in. I realized that these girls had actually never been around men. So I started wondering after the divorce, was my ex-wife a lesbian and then she just got pregnant and I would be a sperm donor that pays child support? I think I was.
Never been around men, like I said earlier. So if you have a boy that grows up around nothing but women and has never been around men, do you think he's going to grow up learning how to be a man if all of those women are conditioning him to be a woman, whether they know it or not? Even if they're not teaching him not to be a man and they're not teaching him to be a woman, he will inherently socialize with women and take upon those conditioning traits.
So anyway, like the older child, she'd literally never been around men. She couldn't believe that boys can outrun girls, that boys typically win physical games. It blew her mind that I could run faster than her. Like, she was a very fast runner. I mean, her school, a top track athlete.
And so I want to point out the idea that maybe this woman, this pediatrician, thinks women are superior and thinks that she's going to be able to someday mold human race into nothing but women by getting rid of the men. I don't know. Maybe I'm insane and delusional. But again, if it's a majority of the women that are transitioning the boys, you don't see them transitioning boys to girls or girls to boys, right? And heaven forbid a man sit there and try to transition his girl to a boy or vice versa, his boy to a girl, setting aside the insane delusion of the people that would accuse him of wanting to do so simply for sexual perversions. So again, as he's pointing out, is mom a lesbian? Maybe she's doing it for sexual perversions too. We don't know. But the certainty is that she is conditioning him, already deemed to be unethical when it comes to the little Albert experiment.
Just blew her mind, like she couldn't understand it. And I thought that's just very strange to like not understand like the kind of sexual dimorphism that emerges quite early, in primary school. But anyway, so I went through this kind of stuff with the daughters and had to put a stop to it. Well, when the boys were born, she started the same pattern where Jude was the loser child and James was the winner child. So Jude was born with a little bit of cerebral palsy. There's some disturbing things I could tell you about seeing her punch herself in the belly when she was pregnant, but that's another story. Jude came out with some damage, and he almost died in the NICU. They often want genetically related parents to just touch the child because that often helps them,
A test group and an observation group. One where you do nothing but observe their natural tendencies, and one where you test by placing conditions on them. What do you think public education is, in fact, folks? It's a conditioning, but it's a conditioning by taking over your responsibilities as parents to condition your own goddamn children. Excuse my language. Hosea 4:6, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. And if you're not going to be a priest unto me, then I'm going to deny you. And since you are not a priest unto me and are not teaching your children how to come up in the ways of the Lord, I shall deny your children too.
So we used egg donors because she was too old really to have fertile eggs. So she was not genetically related to him. And so they called me in to just put my hand on his back. And in 15 minutes, all the signs went to normal. And so I just held.
And that also poses the legal question. If she is not genetically related to him, then how does she have the authority to do what she's doing, not being the biological mother? She is, in fact, an adoptive mother by the one child, an adoption of a seed through another, and then the adoption of two eggs for the two boys, wherein his seed was planted.
Hold him every day until he was okay. So she just decided that he was the one that was going to be like the younger daughter, So he's literally scrubbing baseboards with a toothbrush while the other kid is working on math and schoolwork. It's literally like that, literally like something out of Cinderella. So that's the dynamic in the film. And I would say that also I noticed there was a parental inversion. It seemed to me the older daughter was the parent in the relationship with my ex-wife. And so eventually, as we reached a point where the girls get, into their teenage years, they're getting.
See how insightful he is into the relationships that he was observing in a psychological observance? Seeing how one was taking a role, even though she wasn't identified as the mother. See the difference, role and identity?
Closer to high school. And, I'm saying, look, you can't, I know lots of other girls dress a certain way, but we're not going to dress immodestly. So you can spend your money that I give you on your clothes however you want. It just has to be clothes that are not, you can't wear spray painted on jeans and things like that. You got to wear just like normal clothes. This really upset the older daughter. And that's when the ex-wife started to turn on me, was that kind of stuff. And then, she would ask me like, why are you spending all this time with the daughters? Don't you just be their friend? I'm like, well, you're working 90 hours a week in a private medical practice where you don't have anybody to share call with. I have to do the homework for them. I have to cook for them. I have to get them to school in the morning and pick them up in the evening. I have to get them to their extracurriculars. You're not here. You abandon your daughters to me. So if they're going to be in my care, then I have to take some moral responsibility for what they do and how things go. So
see how he said that? You abandon your daughters with me. She's working 90 hours a week. How many hours a week can she spend with them? Not many.
That's kind of the dynamic that was there before she filed for divorce.
There's so much there. There are the golden child versus scapegoat dynamics that you
Yes.
often see in the families of narcissists. There's
Yes.
also the double bind that you were in as a step parent. I'm not sure if you're aware that I'm a step parent, and I don't
Oh, I didn't know.
I don't share very much publicly about that, but I have spoken about step parenting in general on this
Yeah.
podcast, including with other step parents. And step parents frequently find ourselves in double binds where, if you're too involved, then you're crossing a boundary. If you're not
Right.
involved enough, then you're not embracing the responsibility, and you're supposed to have all the responsibility but get none of the credit. So
That's right.
here you were in this situation where those dynamics were intensified by the nature of your ex-wife's work,
Right.
and you were still being told to back off.
Yes.
There's so much there. How long were you married total to her?
5 years.
Okay, so a pretty busy 5 years. How old
Yes.
were the girls when you met them?
10.
Oh, they were both 10?
Yes. Yeah, they're just about 6 months behind.
Okay, so she went from having two girls almost the exact same age to then having
Yeah.
twins.
Almost the exact same age.
So kind
Yes.
of intensifying that sense of competition and splitting
Yes.
of the children. Wow. Okay. So married 5 years, and sounds like pretty quickly noticing some of these red flags and finding yourself in double binds, where it made your job as a parent and a step parent quite difficult.
Yeah.
So all of this kind of set you up to recognize that when she had the twins, it seemed like there was maybe an underlying motive, however conscious or not,
Mhm.
to pit them against one another, put them in competition with one another. And
Yes.
so if I'm understanding correctly, James was the golden child, and to be a golden child, he had to be a girl because being a boy seems to have a lot of negative associations with it. Did this have some? What were her beliefs that were hostile towards males?
There's a lot there. So there's things I did not know. Again, I found out that her mother was the Lutheran minister that split the Lutheran denomination over lesbians being ordained in the church.
Did this have some? What were her beliefs that were hostile towards males?
There's a lot there. So there's things I did not know. Again, I found out that her mother was the Lutheran minister that split the Lutheran denomination over lesbians being ordained in the church.
Did this have some? What were her beliefs that were hostile towards males?
There's a lot there. So there's things I did not know. Again, I found out that her mother was the Lutheran minister that split the Lutheran denomination over lesbians being ordained in the church. So there's like a whole family history here that is completely against men. And certainly what I found is she simply does not believe fathers have any rights to their kids. She just flat out told me that children belong to mothers, they don't belong to fathers. And that unfortunately is exactly how the courts enforced our divorce.
Why would they belong to fathers when you can say that they belong to the mother who is supported for her incompetence as a mother by a false patriarch? The insanity and delusion, people. Oh my God. Mom might be a lesbian that raised her daughter to be a lesbian, that then adopted two girls and tries to raise them as lesbians, using them as their own little social experiment, and then has two boys and wants to raise one of those boys as a girl to grow up to be a lesbian. What the fuck?
I just have never had any rights to my kids since the day she filed. There is a persuasive argument, however, that she doesn't actually believe James is transgender, and I've had lawyers that have adopted that view. A couple of my appellate lawyers have said, well, I think she's just using this as a mechanism in the courts to gain sole control of the children. So I do, however, think that she has an ideological commitment to the idea that my son is a boy. Is a girl. Does that mean I think that she actually believes that he's a girl? I don't. I think it's a kind of hubristic belief that she knows full well is not true. In fact, my son later, when we get past the divorce, you find that my son was ordered to counseling with a lady named Susan Fletcher. She's also out of Frisco, Texas.
That reminded me of one of the other questions I had for you. You said there was this counselor you expressed your concern to about the wife messing with the child's gender identity, and the counselor testified against you. Now, when you say counselor, are you talking about just a family or child therapist here, or are you talking about a guardian ad litem?
No, in Texas, almost all divorces, they actually assign a counselor. They're called custody evaluators. He's a licensed family and marriage therapist, plus he has a PhD in psychology. His name is Blake Mitchell out of Frisco, Texas. And he straight up lied to the court and said she wasn't trying to transition my son. Yeah, and he knew full well, he saw the video, like he knew full well that she had done that. And that's very common too. That's what I found in court is that, I don't want to offend you, but every single psychologist that has come into court has lied. And I fortunately have been in a position to prove it every time. So the court has had to throw out the testimony of these psychologists, but I have, without exception, every
single one, without exception, every single one has gone into court and lied, and he got it thrown out because they lied. When are they going to learn?
Single psychologist, and there's been, I think, 4, has lied in court, just unabashedly lied straight up. So it's given me quite a negative view of psychology as a discipline because of that.
Well, this podcast is partly about the downfall of the.
And that's one of the things I want to point out, when people want to sit there and on this metaverse claim they know you and know what kind of they're trying to act like a psychologist. They're trying to determine your character, your personality and everything, when that's impossible. And I explained it this way many times. This metaverse, what you get here is just the tip of the iceberg of anybody you know in life. So unless you're involved with them interactively in their life, face to face, day to day, knowing how they behave and interact with people in real life, what you get on this metaverse is only 10%. So that 10% that you get on the metaverse is the 10% of the iceberg, the top that shows above the water. Of that top 10% that shows above the water, you only see 10% of that on the front face. You don't see the back, the side, the top, or anything else. Of that 10% that you do see, you really only comprehend 10% of it because most of it needs foundational support from the reality. And that's the part you don't have. So you only have, in reality, from this metaverse, 0.1% of what reality you get. In other words, what you get here with me, you're only getting 0.1% of it, folks. Like I said, in real life, I do go to the city council meetings and I do wear the short mustache in the presence of everybody. And I do speak to them about how I see people here in America complaining that or saying that they're just doing their job reminds me of Hitler's willing executioners. I'm tired of it. I'm speaking out. You cannot censor me. I will not quiet down.
Counseling profession. So I'm imagining there were a lot of little things that happened during this phase of the twins' toddlerhood where I mean, you gave one example of don't be a boy, monsters come for boys. And then the mommy says, I'm a girl. So, I mean, what we find with these, we call them the Munchie parents, the Munchhausens by proxy or the Transhausen parents, is there's, often a redefining of a lot of little innocent childhood behaviors. And you gave the examples of a couple of toys that he was interested in. So I'm imagining that there was a lot of that going on. And what kind of reaction did you see in your son from all of this?
This is best explained, like many things relating to the inner states of human beings, in a kind of a story. So I could not understand cartoons, modern cartoons. Like, I can't follow the plots in them. I really don't even know what's going on. I feel like it's just random images, honestly. So I went and got old cartoons from when I was a kid, and I got the DVDs, and me and my boys would watch them. They really like Johnny Quest, which I didn't know was like a groundbreaking animation series. It was the only show to ever show on all three networks back in the 1960s. And that's kind of show where, like, things explode, they have guns, and people don't get back up, when they get shot or when they it's real adventures with high stakes. So my boys really enjoyed these things. There's one called The Invisible Monster, which was their favorite. And they're young. I mean, these boys are just approaching 2. And they're watching, and I'm standing behind them, and just, how fathers are. We just like to see our boys learning about the world and figuring things out. And there's this one part where the monster is chasing this little dog Bandit. And James is saying, oh, Bandit's fast enough to beat him. He's fast. He's smart. That monster is never going to catch him. And Jude is going, well, why is that monster so angry at that little dog? That little dog is scared. And look, Johnny's worried about his dog. And I was like, James is living the outer life of the characters, and Jude is living the inner life of the characters.
Introspective and extrospective. One has an internalization, one has an externalization. Together, they balance each other. That's what a lot of relationships are.
Characters. And it was like, at that moment, I knew I had to completely raise these boys in totally different ways, and to explain the world to them and teach them how to navigate the world in totally different ways. So I'm more like Jude. My father was more like James. So I made a point of doing both kinds of things, interrelation things. We played sports that intentionally required human relationships. My boys settled on wrestling and boxing as the things that they really like to do. They got introduced to masculine culture, at the boxing gym, and what it's like and how you get respect as a man and how that works and what respect is. And it's one of the reasons I think ultimately I never really had to discipline my boys. The counselors kept trying to get me with this authoritarian parenting stuff that they always use, they're like, does your dad, does your dad have lots of rules and all this stuff? And my sons would just, the recordings of the sessions are hilarious because my sons would just torpedo them when they would do that. My sons would say, well, my dad doesn't have any rules. And they would go, really? So then they're like, oh no, this is a parent who's too permissive. Yay, now we can get him. And they would say, well, my dad just says be reasonable with people. And if we're reasonable with people, we don't have to make rules. So my dad just tries to show me how to be nice to people and think about what other people need and just watch out for people. And he says my room doesn't have to be perfectly clean. It should just never rise to anybody's level of attention. We don't have to be perfect. And my dad has the no mistakes principle. If you make a mistake, but you fix it, it's not a mistake. So take all the risks you want. As long as you can fix it, take the risk, do it, go for it. They just never.
Which I think is reasonable. I was allowed to go play in the dirt barefoot. I was allowed to go out and dance in the rain and squish the night crawlers underneath my toes. I was out there doing the clamming and the fishing with family members barefoot and riding around in the back of a truck without any seats or seat belts. Experiencing life and learning the mistakes is just like riding a bike. Sometimes you might fall off, but the more you experience it, the better you get at it and the better it turns out to be.
Could get me on that. And
you turn shit into talents.
The recordings are hilarious because they tried every which way to get my boys to say I was an authoritarian parent. So, this is the reason I could do that is my boys understood very early this concept of respect in the terms they can understand. For James, it was a physical concept. For Jude, it was a psychic concept. I'll give you an example with Jude. We're at the boxing gym. Jude has a little bit of cerebral palsy. He came out damaged a little bit. So boxing cured him of that, by the way, because all boxing punches cross the center line. He's forced to use both sides of his brain every time he punched. And after about 6 months, it just went away. And I knew it would. That's exactly because I had the same problem, actually. So he couldn't jump rope. Jude just could not jump rope. It took him several months to even be able to jump over it one time. And then another month, for practice, and he got over twice. So, we do 10 minutes of jump rope and stuff like that before we start, sparring and stuff in the boxing gym. As soon as James got that second one, the entire box, we have pro boxers there. The entire boxing gym stopped. Everybody came over to him and said, okay, we were wondering about you. We were thinking you were going to quit, but you didn't quit. And now you've jumped twice. That's officially jumping rope. So now we know you're one of us because you're not a quitter. And he got it.
So much of what I'm hearing is fathering boys. I'm hearing raising male children by their male father in male friendly ways. And it's going to sound foreign and maybe a little uncomfortable to women.
Yeah.
But it's reflective of how boys' brains are different and the specific type of love and nurturance that they can only get from fathers. So it really felt like while you were able to be a presence in yourself.
And there's a difference between the roles of a mother and a father. See, the role of a mother is, in fact, the spiritual teaching aspect around the home, the reading, writing, arithmetic, and stuff like that, as it relates to the home nature and the intellect and caring. The father's role is out and abroad and the physical nature and the tasks that you have to accomplish in order to go through this obstacle course of life. Okay? One is an intellectual one, and the other is a physical one. Very plain to see. Many people refuse to observe that and refuse to see its separation in roles and stuff and how they interplay. Because a man is not supposed to be stupid. He's still supposed to have an intellect. But he should be taught that intellect and caring when he's a little boy by the women. Then as he transitions to a man, he's supposed to learn the roles of a man. Same with the girls. It's not supposed to have anything to do with identity. Yet we grow up in this modern world of a popularity contest where you get to be the president.
Son's lives, you were giving that male to male coaching, and it sounded like they responded really well to it.
They did to the point. And here's when I actually knew that my sons had imbibed those values and would never lose them for the rest of their life.
In case you didn't get that, that's the president. That's the false patriarch, right? Where you get to grow up to be the false patriarch. You get to grow up to be the one challenging the true patriarch, like Satan.
That's why I think there's hope for James. They had never really seen like a real boxing match where two guys are trying to hurt each other for 3 minutes, 3 times, 3 minutes, and at the end of it are still friends. They just had never seen that. Okay. And I mean, really trying to knock each other out like a real boxing match. So I set up an exhibition match with a semi-pro boxer, and I had never met the guy before. He turned out to be 6'5", super fast, about 4 inches over my reach, and definitely had daddy issues, and my gray beard was like a target to him. So we had a knockdown, drag-out fight. In the first round, he liver shotted me. If you've ever been hit in the liver, it's like you curl up in the fetal position and you can't uncurl. It's a reflex action. So I'm down on my knees, and I can't get up. And Jude and James come over and to the ring, and they grab the bottom rope, and Jude says the following: "It hurts just as bad on the ground as it does standing up. You might as well stand up." And it made me laugh. It's touching to me now, but it made me laugh at the time. The referee laughed. Even my opponent laughed. And I got the longest 10 count probably in boxing history. And then I got the longest standing 8 count after that. And then I finished the 2 rounds, and this guy wiped the floor with me. He beat the crap out of me. But my boys saw that I didn't quit. And that at the end, this big dude really respected me because I got some licks on him too. So he really respected me. But I knew then that my boys had my values, and there's no way she could take them away from him.
This is so male, what you just described. It is the opposite of how women relate. Males are physical, they compete overtly, and their bonds are resilient and actually improve with that.
And my apologies. I didn't realize I was muted there. And that's inspiring to hear that those boys do come up in that way and emulate their father in that. It doesn't hurt anymore when you stand up. So yeah, the imperative is to not be the best, but be the best you can. And that's that 1% improvement on a daily to be better. Just 1%. And that takes getting back up. to do better.
type of stress test.
Yes, 100%.
Female bonds are typically a lot more subtle and covert, more verbal and emotional. We are a lot more averse to having conflict with our friends, but when we do have conflict, it's often deadly to the friendship. We don't feel closer to each other after going through something like that, typically, unless we do a lot of female-friendly verbal repair of the.
Yeah, and that's because women tend to communicate through their emotions rather than logic and reason. And so there becomes those emotional tears. And that's what we're talking about here is emotional conditioning. Women trying to emotionally condition their children in the same emotional context that they are, so there aren't any conflicts because they don't want to destroy their relationship. That's why this man is being told, unless you dress like a girl, mommy don't love you. Sick.
Emotions in the relationship. So what you describe is just about the most masculine relationship dynamic you could. And I'm so glad that you had boxing as a structure to introduce some of those concepts to the boys. And I can just imagine, I know I'm kind of jumping around now,
It's okay. It's all
but
right.
I can imagine that given how well they responded to this very masculine fathering, how anxiety provoking it must be to be being raised by a woman who, let's just say, hates masculinity,
Yes.
who is antagonistic, and schools already do this to a certain extent. Schools tend to be more girl friendly. They tend to want to teach kids to talk out their conflicts and repair their friendships, and they don't want boys just being boys on the playground. And so we already kind of skew towards the feminine when it comes to childhood relationship dynamics. And I can imagine if this message is constantly being sent that you can't hurt people, you got to watch out for people's feelings, and then if you hurt someone's feelings, you have to do all this verbal repair work. As valuable as those skills will later be for men in relating with women, because that's what we need as wives and girlfriends, it's very anxiety provoking as a little boy, I think, to be raised with the expectation to meet a mother on that level when your boyish nature actually really needs that overt competition and rough and tumble play with other males who aren't threatened by your aggression and who will welcome it and who know kind of the male code of how to deal with aggression.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
There were some of these things were used against me in court. Here's one that was at a playground in Capel, and James.
And I'm going to take a break real quick. I'll be right back. Please enjoy the intermission here shortly. Go ahead and hit that PayPal link if you can. And remember, folks, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Appreciate you.
Saw some boys like climbing up to this high spot, and then you have to lean out to this pole and you slide down this pole, but you got to lean out there and get it. And he was younger than they were, so he wasn't as big, so he had to really lean out there. And so he got up there and he said, "Oh, I don't want to do this. It's kind of too high." And I said, "Are you scared?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I said, "Okay, you feel scared? Tell me again. You feel scared?" He goes, "Yes." I said, "That's normal. Like if you weren't scared, I wouldn't let you do this. You have to be scared to be safe." But I said, "Now what you have to learn is to say, I'm scared and do it anyway." And I said, "I'm right down here. If you fall, they will do it." And he couldn't quite get himself to do it. I said, "Okay, now just jump off. I'm gonna catch you." So he jumped off and I caught him. Then he went back up and I said, "Are you scared?" He goes, "Yeah." "What does that mean?" He said, "That means I'm going to be safe." And I said, "Then what are you going to do?" He goes, "I'm going to do it anyway." And then he just did it. So a whole bunch of the moms went back and told my ex-wife about this. And it was brought up in court as like me pushing my boys in this severe way. And the counselors again asked my son about it. And he said, "Oh no, my dad just said I can take risks as long as I'm safe. I can take any risk I want as long as I'm safe."
So I was fatherless and I was raised by a pretty fearful, depressed mom. And I have a fear of heights that it's very intense. Like it's really visceral. I can't get over it.
It's literally the same thing as teaching them how to ride a bike. You know, you're going to experience some failures, but you're going to be okay. Get up and do it again. You'll do better. It's simple, folks. And this is what they're using against him. Teaching people how to be autodidactic and go outside the box, push boundaries, come up with novel ideas and stuff is not what they want you to do. They want you to be that bitch ass slave, conditioned to do what you're told.
I feel it in my spine. Yeah. And so I just don't do certain things. I don't go in tall buildings. I don't go ziplining. And I remember the moment that my fear of heights got locked into me. It was when I was in Italy with my mom when I was 7, and we went to this chapel with a dome. I think it was like some basilica that had this tiny little ramp that you could walk on that was really high up. And I remember going with my mom up the stairs to walk up this ramp at a high place and looking back at her like, are we going to do this? Yeah, it's scary because it's really high, but it's also exciting. Are we going to do this? And I remember looking back and seeing the fear on her face, just like, no, I can't do this. And that was when my natural inclination toward having a fear of heights got kind of locked into my nervous system, and I kind of joined my mom in that state. And I think if I'd had a father,
kind of like joining mom as being a lesbian, being conditioned because you learned from your mother to believe what your mother did, believe what your mom said. I'm telling you, don't believe me, don't believe the neighbor, don't believe the government, for crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Push your boundaries so you know. Do your research. Go beyond what you're being told.
To give me that kind of coaching, I might have overcome that fear of heights. So I totally understand the need for that type of fathering. And it's just so frustrating how these systems skew toward prioritizing feminine values over masculine values rather than bringing them into harmony and cooperation.
I encountered it in schools a lot. You know, I had to, because my boys wrestled and boxed, you know, I had to give them like special instructions. I had to go to school several times. I'm like, you know, you can't actually tackle someone. You know, I know you can tackle each other. We have this thing in my house I used to call rugby rules because I'm a rugby player. In rugby, you can't touch anybody above the collarbone. That's the safety margin. You can't hit the neck or the head. You can hit anywhere else, but you just can't hit the neck or the head. So we have rugby rules in my house. You know, if you got punched or taken down and it was to the body, well, you should have learned how not to get punched. You know, that's how it is. And so my boys just love to just do body boxing. They just do it all the time. They wrestle. So they go to school. They got buddies. You know, they take their friend down and they hold him down for 3 seconds and then they let him up and then they go to want to do it again. Let's wrestle again, you know, and they get in trouble, you know? And so I had to tell them like, hey, you know, it's you can't even do touch football here. Like you can't even like touch people here. Right. So you're gonna have to play different kinds of games. You have to play skill games. So I had to teach my boys how to do skill kinds of games that don't involve physical contact. So I'm gonna tell them tetherball and, you know, Foursquare, games like that they could play, which Jude's a great wrestler, but he's just not so good at those games, but that was good for him. And I had many conversations with teachers who would say, you know, James is, you know, it's hard for him to sit through the math lessons. And I go, well, yeah. So what do you do about that? And they're like, well, you know, we just tell him to sit down. I'm like, well, why don't you just take him out to the playground? Do what I do. Take him out to the playground and have him do 100-meter sprints down and back. Do it 2 times. And when he comes back, he can sit down for 30 minutes. I guarantee it. That's all you got to do. Just have him run sprints. That's what I do at home. So my grandmother did with me. Same thing. And they're like, oh, we can't do that. You know, he's got to sit in this room with no windows for 7 hours a day. And I'm like, well, you know, if you put my son in a room with no windows for 7 hours a day, he's going to run around the room. So I don't want to tell you.
So tell me about this.
Imagine that. Imagine restricting a kid that is autonomously curious and active and observant and wanting and very capable of learning. But instead of allowing him to learn in that natural process, you restrict him physically and emotionally through conditioning him that the teacher at the front of the class has authority and you have to do what that teacher says. Imagine.
This chapter of James's life, I hear you're talking about elementary school. His mom starts calling him a girl from a very young age. So presumably was his mom using a different name and pronouns for him, but you had your time, but the teachers were still calling him James? Like what was going on?
So what was going on is he would present as a girl with his mom and would present as a boy with everybody else at church, everywhere else. So, and I asked him point blank, and the counselor asked him about a year later the same question: why do you wear dresses at your mom's house but nowhere else? And he said the same thing both times. He said, my mother doesn't love me if I'm not a girl. Just as flat out. And he knew that from an early age, just straight up. So my ex-wife began to transition my son at school behind my back. She knew that she could not legally change his name without going back to court. And she didn't quite want to go back to court yet. She was building a case against me and all this stuff. So she began to work with the principal. Her name is Miss Mickelson, was the principal at Pinkerton Elementary in Capel, Texas, which they shut the school down once my case got public. They had to shut the school down because it got such an infamous reputation. But for almost 2 years, I was taking my son to school in boys' clothes, and his teacher and principal would give him a dress and have him change into a dress and have him use the girls' restroom. And they did not inform me of this. They did it behind my back. And it turns out it's legal. It's legal in Texas and all 50 states for them to do this, because what they said was the school counselor was using a part of Texas law which allows her to exert a right of privacy against one of the parents. And it was originally, done so if a child reported abuse, you didn't have to tell the parent they reported the abuse, but they have a right to exert a right of privacy for the child against the parent. And that's what they did. And I didn't catch on to it till almost 2 years. And the way I caught it is I came to lunch with my son unannounced. And there he was in his dress. And so that ramping up that she started doing behind the scenes led to another trial in 2019, where she filed to get sole control of the children again. I've never actually sued her. I don't think courts are the right place to adjudicate these problems with children or parenting.
So I mentioned in the earlier video, in regards to equity in these administrative courts and how I didn't think that these were the proper courts for these issues. We hear him saying this exact same thing now. So let's rewind and see it again, or hear it again.
And so that ramping up that she started doing behind the scenes led to another trial in 2019, where she filed to get sole control of the children again. I've never actually sued her. I don't think courts are the right place to adjudicate these problems with children or parenting. So in the 2019.
So the only thing he's doing here is defending his cause in that very same court, even though he doesn't believe that's the venue to resolve these issues. So it's obvious to me, maybe he's not familiar with the proper venue to do this. Again, I remind everybody of Deuteronomy 20:24-7. If he's a Orthodox Christian, and this is in fact a Christian society, and we do have a pediatrician as a doctor that took a Hippocratic oath to Apollo and the Greek gods, there might be some provable controversy as to the intent of rearing this child up in the ways of the Lord and not harming them, and the best interest in that.
Trial, the top transgender experts in the world showed up at this little courtroom in Dallas County, the 255th District Court, with Judge Kim Cooks. Now, Kim Cooks is the same judge that gave me less than standard possession because the counselor lied. So now we get a new guy named Benjamin Albritton. Now, Blake Mitchell charged me $40,000 to do a custody evaluation. Benjamin Albritton charged me $80,000 to do a custody evaluation. In this custody evaluation, he said that I was doing too intellectually advanced activities with the kids. Both of my sons could play chess early on, and he just didn't believe they could play chess. And so he watched us play chess and then reported that I was doing age inappropriate behaviors because I was playing chess.
Age inappropriate behavior. Educating his children how to be strategic by using a chess game to teach them strategic logic and reasoning. That is, again, everybody's right to know when they can comprehend it. So as long as the boys can comprehend it, no matter what the age, then it would seem appropriate. Just because your dumbass couldn't comprehend chess at that age doesn't mean it is age inappropriate behavior. Delusional fucks.
My boys. He also recognized to me, I recorded all of our sessions, and he recognized to me that Ms. Georgios had lied to the previous custody evaluator and had lied to the court. She was actually trying to transition James to a girl. But he never put that in his report, that she lied to the previously to the court. And he published a report in which he said that my son should be transitioned to a girl. It's the first time in Texas history that it ever happened. So I have a jury trial. I'm with the same judge. Remember, this is important. It's the same judge. There was a specific moment when my ex-wife was testifying when the judge realized that she had been completely deceived by my ex-wife. And it's when my ex-wife started talking about how James as a girl still has a penis, and that, girls can pee out in the backyard, with their penis just like a boy can. And the judge just looked at me and went, oh, I mean, you could just see it. She was like, oh my God, you told me the truth in the first trial. Johanna Olsen Kennedy, who runs, used to run LA Children, to a girl. It's the first time in Texas history that it ever happened. So I have a jury trial. I'm with the same judge. Remember, this is important. It's the same judge. There was a specific moment when my ex-wife was testifying when the judge realized that she had been completely deceived by my ex-wife. And it's when my ex-wife started talking about how James as a girl still has a penis, and that, girls can pee out in the backyard, with their penis just like a boy can. And the judge just looked at me and went, oh, I mean, you could just see it. She was like, oh my God, you told me the truth in the first trial. Johanna Olsen Kennedy, who runs, used to run LA Children's, gender clinic. She was their expert witness. I put her in a deposition and I asked her one question and destroyed her. They didn't put her on in front of the jury. They would never put her on in front of a Texas jury after she answered this one question. I said, Dr. Olsen Kennedy, what is your medical justification for removing healthy body parts from children? Olsen Kennedy, what is your medical justification for removing healthy body parts from children? And she replied.
And he used removing healthy body parts here. The last video, he actually said, what is your excuse for amputating healthy body parts?
If they cause psychological distress, they're not healthy body parts. Opposing counsel is a woman. She threw her pin on the floor and left the room and took herself off the case. And so they didn't put her on. They didn't actually bring an expert on other than an endocrinologist. I, on the other hand, had Dr. Levine, who created the first gender clinic in America in the 1970s, early 1970s. They closed the clinic after 4 years because all their data showed that their treatments were actually harming patients.
All the evidence showed that their treatments were actually harming the patients. All the evidence showed in 4 years, opened in 1974, closed in 1978. Since 1978, they have a 4-year record that shows, all evidence shows that their treatment was harmful to patients. But in the best interest of this little boy, we're going to harm him. I hope everybody understands. This has never been disputed.
So he destroyed them. He completely destroyed the counselor who said my son should be transitioned by showing that he did not understand the logical relationship among the elements of the diagnosis of gender dysphoria. He just didn't understand anything about it. He just made this up. And it was at that point that I realized that there were things going on behind the scenes than this trial. This Benjamin Albritton.
Things going on behind the scenes in this trial. Like the pediatrician and her close associates and everything that have been paying hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep going forward with this case for over a decade, while they claim he's the one in it for monetary interest and gain, because he's speaking out and making it public. The insanity.
Was being told to render a report like this. It was clear that you could not be a psychologist in the state of Texas. That the American Psychological Association, the Texas Psychological Association, was not going to allow you to be a psychologist in the state of Texas if he didn't recommend that my son be transitioned to a girl. And that's what he did. So anyway, out of this trial, I won. I won everything. I got 50-50 custody because the judge realized she'd been lied to. I got 50-50 custody, no child support. I got a check on all medical procedures. So she couldn't hurt this boy. So the judges in Dallas County took a vote and moved my case into another courtroom, the 301st District Court, with a judge I call Bloody Mary Brown. Bloody Mary Brown had a gender-expansive daughter and is a hardcore leftist. And
gender-expansive daughter. Now, again, new information in this video I didn't hear in the first video. Maybe you said it, but gender. You see the association? Again, in the background, there's a lot more going on than what you see. But when you do your research and find out, mom was a lesbian, maybe the daughter's a lesbian and adopted 2 daughters because she didn't want a husband. And then decided, well, maybe she'll try it, got a husband, but couldn't get pregnant by him. So had eggs implanted into her by his seed and seeded by him. Amazing shit and twists and turns in all of this. But again, the imperative here is to point out that's why it's so important to take up your responsibility to protect your children. even before you have them, in knowing your wife and women. I'm not placating, it's just you. In knowing your man as well.
She systematically stripped me of all parental rights using temporary orders because they're not appealable. And so the jury verdict was never implemented. I got a jury verdict, but the judges just created all kinds of reasons that they could never do that. She denied me all discovery from my ex-wife. From that date, from 2019, I've never received discovery in any of the cases that I've been in. So I've never seen her legal records. I don't know what counselors she's taken the boys to. She doesn't have to provide me any information at all. Eventually, they put me on supervised visitation because I wouldn't follow a gag order. It's going to be hard for you to believe what I'm about to tell you. I've had lawyers challenge me, and they have to actually see the paperwork. But this is absolutely true. The gag order that Mary Brown put me under gave me a lifetime ban from all podcast interviews, newspaper interviews, television interviews, radio interviews. A lifetime ban from producing any videos, writing any blog posts, writing op-eds, or writing any newspaper articles, or creating any videos. And it gave me a lifetime ban from talking about 3 political subjects: gender dysphoria, gender expansiveness, and whether my son was a boy or a girl.
And yet here he is, successful to this day.
So I just told the judge, look, I don't know if you know, but Texas has the
Learn your power and truth.
highest level of protection for free speech, even way greater than the federal government. So in Texas, there is no prior restraint on speech here. Period. There just isn't any. There's one exception for a jury pool, but it's only for the limited during the time of the trial. So there are no prior restraints. However, in Texas, you are definitely responsible for your speech. If you misuse your speech, you can go to jail here for it. You can get sued. You can go to jail. You're responsible for your speech, but nobody can stop you from saying it. Not even a sheriff, not a judge, nobody.
This is why the defamation part holds so strong in his defense. It's blatant that they're trying to defame him. And that's a serious breach of public service for one of the public servants to get involved in these kind of squabbles. Like he said, this is family.
So I told the judge 3 times in court, I said, Judge, look, I have total contempt for the text of the order. I have contempt for the office of the judge that did this because I have rights as a Texan and you violated the Texas Constitution. I have contempt for you as a person for trying to silence a father like this.
Which is treason when you can prove it.
So Judge, I mean, I'm in the maximum contempt of court. Like you can't get more in contempt of the court than I am. So I'm demanding that you jail me for the maximum time for criminal contempt in the Louisiana County Jail, which is right across the street. Because I want to go up to criminal court on a writ of habeas corpus and let's have a criminal court decide if this gag order is enforceable.
Damn.
And she wouldn't do it. And the reason is she knew that it would be struck down, immediately struck down.
She upped the game, or he upped the game. And he knew it would be struck down because it's a fucking template. Again, like Aaron Spencer. They better quit passing them templates around. The people are waking up.
In a criminal court. I begged her to put me in jail. She wouldn't do it.
Wow.
And she would just go, Mr. Younger, jail is not a nice place. You've got to work. You've got things. I said, man, it's infinite leisure. I'm just going to finish my book. I'll study philosophy. I'll do math research. I'm not so afraid of jail, but I'm very afraid of your gag order. And I'm not ever going to follow your gag order. I'm never following it. And so what she did instead is she said, well, and this is literally the reasoning in her opinion. She said, Jeff Younger is not following the illegal gag order. The illegal gag order was entered in the best interest of the children. That means Jeff Younger is not acting in the interests of his children. And on the basis that he's not acting in the interest of his children, I'm going to give him supervised visitation and I'm not going to allow him to see his children. That's how he got supervised visitation.
Damn.
The supervisor is an ugly man in a dress. He's a transgender guy. And then she chose forensic counseling services in Dallas County. You notice that I named names.
Ugly guy in a dress. Again, you see what they're doing? It seems like a fucking invasion, doesn't it? Or am I the insane one? A transgender in a dress as the guy bringing him in for visitation, supervised visitation, and the supervisor himself is a transgender. How far does the social conditioning go? Who all is going to get involved? And why are they getting involved? Are they getting involved because of their emotions? Or because they have a subjective or even objective right to do so? Are they just doing their job as Hitler's willing executioners? I'm sorry if you don't like my bluntness. Deal with it.
forensic counseling services. They refused to let me change my son out of address during the visits. They would not let me pray with my son. They would not let me call my son by his real name. So I could not do those visits. Just as a moral issue, I decided when this all began, I said, I'm never going to morally miseducate my son. I'm never harming my son. And I'm never going to have my resources used to harm my son. Those are the 3 limits that I have, hard limits. I'm flexible. I'm willing to cooperate, but those are 3 things I'm never going to do. So I'm not going to harm my son by teaching him his girl. So 6 months go by where I'm writing letters to my sons and so forth, because I can't see them. They say, well, you're not visiting your sons. You have the opportunity to visit your sons, but you're not visiting your sons. And since you've abandoned your sons, we're going to let your ex-wife move the children to California. So you see how they work? They create the conditions where you can't comply and then use your non-compliance as a basis to take more of your rights. That's the way family courts work.
That is sick.
It's sick. It's insidious, is it not?
All right, just to recap, they issue this illegal gag order preventing you from having a voice on these topics, or even just going on podcasts, having a blog, any of these things. And then you say, this is illegal. So you call the judge's bluff and say, I am as contemptuous as can be.
Yeah.
Go on and arrest me so that we can go to trial as to whether you had the right to place this restraint on me in the first place.
Right.
The judge says, well, I'm not going to do that. But what I'm going to do is construe your non-compliance as non-compliance with doing what is in the best interest of your children.
Right.
Which I'm then going to use to strip away your rights and restrict you to supervised visitation, which must take place with this trans-identified male in the room and with your son in a dress. And when you said,
Right.
well, I'm not going to cooperate with that because that I'm standing on principle, I'm not harming my child, and that would be further harming my child, then they said, well, since you are not taking the opportunity we've given you to spend time with your child, you've abandoned your child, and now you're losing all your rights.
So then I went up to the Texas Supreme Court on an emergency mandamus and argued that California just passed its transgender kidnapping bill. If my son goes to California, they will never repatriate him to Texas, no matter what a Texas court orders. And he would remove the protections of the Texas law that I worked so hard to pass to protect him.
And they can't make such adjudication because a man can throw off his patriot and repatriate at his will. You see the delusion that this court tries to impose upon reason and logic?
The Supreme Court, Justice Blacklock wrote the opinion, Blacklock and Young, but Blacklock is the main culprit here. He's the supervillain. Justice Blacklock, I call him Blackhearted Blacklock, wrote in his opinion that my son would be no more likely to be transitioned in California than in Texas, where it was illegal. He literally wrote that in his opinion. I think it's instructive that 9 months later, after he rendered this opinion, that the governor of Texas promoted him to the Chief Justice of the Texas Supreme Court. So that shows.
And when they moved to California, it was the intent to use the California laws to go ahead and transition him anyway, which is now proven in fact and truth by the very record that says that they wouldn't.
Shows you that there's some nefarious things going on in the Republican Party, and I can definitely talk about that and what I learned about that, and how, well, really the transgender movement was started by Republicans, not by Democrats, which really surprised me. And it explains a lot of things in your own mind about how this happened under the radar because people weren't looking in the right place.
Many of you listening to this show are concerned about an adolescent or young adult you care about who's caught up in the gender insanity and therefore at risk of medical self-destruction. I developed ROGD Repair as a resource for parents just like you. It's a self-paced online course and community that will teach you the psychology concepts and communication tools the families I've consulted with have found most helpful in understanding and getting through to their children, even when they're adults. Visit rogdrepair.com to learn more about the program and use promo code SOMETHERAPIST2025 at checkout to take 50% off your first month.
And that's Stephanie Winn. That's who we're watching right now on YouTube. Stephanie Winn.
rogdrepair.com. What do you mean?
Link is in the chat.
Started the transgender.
This is really shocking to me, learning this. So the largest donor to the Republican Party is a man named Paul Singer. He's a hedge fund billionaire. Paul Singer founded the Human Rights Campaign, the yellow equal sign, which is the largest and most powerful transgender lobby group in the world. And it is the #1 lobby group for trans and kids, and has a whole legal defense fund, a whole legal structure around it. He's the largest donor to the Republican Party. He also funds the Manhattan Institute. And if you go out to the Manhattan Institute, there's a whole series of videos of them interviewing him, talking about why he got involved in transgender issues and so forth. Well, it turns out Paul Singer is the largest out-of-state donor to Texas political candidates, which is why my ex-wife, as a crazy trans advocate in conservative Texas, was able to muster more political power than I could and move my son out of state. It was because of the influence of guys like Paul Singer. James Pritzker, who really started funding the first children's gender clinics, at the time that he started doing that, was the third largest donor to the Republican Party. He's now an ugly man in a dress, and he's a Democrat, but at the time he was a Republican. And the Adelson family are the ones who funded all of the drag shows for kids and transgender story times in libraries for kids. And they're the second largest Republican donor. So you find that the top three donors to the Republican Party that completely fund the Republican National Committee are all deeply committed to the trans agenda. And that's why you had Republican governors in Arkansas and Mississippi vetoing legislation that would protect children by outlawing these things. I always was like, why would a Republican governor ever veto something like this? I mean, to me, this is the most obvious question since slavery. And the Republican Party was founded to end slavery. Like, this is a classic issue for Republicans. Like, I don't get it. Well, it's because of the donor class. So it turns out in the Republican Party, to the Republican Party is a man named Paul Singer. He's a hedge fund billionaire. Paul Singer founded the Human Rights Campaign, the yellow equal sign, which is the largest and most powerful transgender lobby group in the world. And it is the #1 lobby group for trans and kids, and has a whole legal defense fund, a whole legal structure around it. He's the largest donor to the Republican Party. He also funds the Manhattan Institute. And if you go out to the Manhattan Institute, there's a whole series of videos of them interviewing him, talking about why he got involved in transgender issues and so forth. Well, it turns out Paul Singer is the largest out-of-state donor to Texas political candidates, which is why my ex-wife, as a crazy trans advocate in conservative Texas, was able to muster more political power than I could and move my son out of state. It was because of the influence of guys like Paul Singer. James Pritzker, who really started funding the first children's gender clinics, at the time that he started doing that, was the third largest donor to the Republican Party. He's now an ugly man in a dress, and he's a Democrat, but at the time he was a Republican. And the Adelson family are the ones who funded.
Now he's an ugly man in a dress too, right? Remember? It's all over, folks.
All of the drag shows for kids and transgender story times in libraries for kids. And they're the second largest Republican donor.
And so they condition the kids through the drag shows and story time at the library. And we sit back and watch it without doing anything, while remembering the little Albert experiment and how it's unethical to emotionally condition little children. Yeah, here we are. We're not doing it through psychological experiments or anything anymore. We're doing it blatantly as moms and dads for our own political and popularity contest gains in a material world of keeping up with the Joneses and who's got the more money. Huh? Anyone caught stealing one of the children of the brethren of Israel and making merchandise of them shall be put to death. Ye shall put evil away from amongst you. What the fuck happened to this Christian society?
So you find that the top three donors to the Republican Party that completely fund the Republican National Committee are all deeply committed to the trans agenda. And that's why you had Republican governors in Arkansas and Mississippi vetoing legislation that would protect children by outlawing these things. I always was like, why would a Republican governor ever veto something like this? I mean, to me, this is the most obvious question since slavery. And the Republican Party was founded to end slavery. Like, this is a classic issue for Republicans. Like, I don't get it. Well, it's because of the donor class. So it turns out in the Republican Party, the donor class of the party are Northeastern liberals. And so the donor class for both parties are the same people. And they're from the same culture, and they have the same social values. Those values are in complete contradiction to the social values of Texas voters. I can just tell you that right now. I mean, Texas is not a conservative. It's like legitimately right wing, right? I mean, dueling is still legal here, for example, right? So, like Texas is like an outlier, even when you talk.
Dueling is still legal, but in the right context, it's by fists alone. There are certain stipulations in the language, and then, of course, they actually stipulate like fist fighting. eliminating guns, knives, and other kinds of weapons that are inherently dangerous.
About conservative states. So if you think about it, how do Republican politicians solve this problem? You need the money from the donor class to get elected, because paid voter outreach is how you get elected. That's just the reality of it. But then you have an extremely right-wing voting demographic. How do you solve this problem? And here's basically how they do it in Texas. I've verified that they do it this way in Florida, Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama, and South Carolina, where I've done lots of work. And I've got laws passed in all those states. The way they do it is they pass a law that seems conservative, but they put loopholes in for the donor class, so the law never has an effect. That's why the Republican Congress can pass all these bills to close down the border, but it never does. There's always loopholes. They always put loopholes in there for the donor class. There's several examples beyond the transgender issue, but like in my case, they removed 3 sentences from the bill that I wrote. And that would have classified doing these procedures as felony child sexual abuse, which in Texas is a death offense. You can get capital punishment for this in Texas. Okay, you can definitely get life in prison for it.
So just like we've been talking about how they manipulate the record, bear false witness, and manipulate statistics and things like that through changings of policy, like getting rid of asylums, and then all of a sudden the prison population goes up because of that, and therefore they say crime rates go up. So we have to think about this stuff and understand what's actually going on. It is all a manipulation.
So that means that you can't like take your kid to Thailand in order to sexually abuse them. When you come back to Texas, we're going to give you lethal injection when you come back, right? This would have prevented parents in Texas from taking their kids to Colorado or California to get them sexually mutilated in these surgeries. They knew that. So what they did is they just outlawed the procedures, but didn't have any criminal penalty attached to it. So it's just sitting there. You can't do it, but there's no way for us to enforce you not doing it. And so parents are free to still take their kids to other states and get it done. And that's exactly what's happening.
So they provided no consequences as a remedy or of any sort, or punishment or disciplinary for a violation of such a law. So you can implement such a law, but if there's no enforcement, then how do you violate it? That's the question at law right now. You can violate it all you want because there's no consequences.
In Texas, they did the same thing with abortion. Everybody thinks we banned abortion in Texas. We did not ban it. We haven't stopped a single abortion in Texas. Most abortions now are chemical abortions. They left loopholes in there that allow the mothers to take the drugs as long as it's not administered by a doctor. So you go to Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood gives the drugs. They have a video camera that proves that the mother took the drugs, not the doctor. The doctor didn't administer them. And so we still have.
And so you see, in Roe versus Wade, they have a template on how to act in case the people rise up. You got to please the people by taking an action, right? So they take an action, but does it have a real effect?
Abortions here in Texas, they just leave these loopholes. That's how they play the game. So they convince the Republican voting base that they did something conservative, but they leave loopholes and they still get their money from the liberal donor class. So what you have in the conservative movement generally, in the Republican Party particularly, is a civil war between the donor class and the voting class. And that's what's playing out with Trump right now. And that's how we got the executive order with Trump. That was a complete overturning of the social beliefs of the donor class. That executive order that creates the conditions where it's almost impossible for hospitals to do these procedures to kids was done in complete contravention of the donors that got Trump elected. It's something that he made the donors compromise on that. And there are no loopholes in that executive order. So that means that at some level, the grassroots Republicans have at least won a skirmish in the civil war going on in the party.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
So back to your case.
Yeah.
So you had just gotten us to the point where you explained how they legally managed to take away all of your parental rights. And this allowed your ex-wife to take your sons to California. And then what happened?
Well, I think it's important to know something. Just back up a little bit before we get out of Texas. We had an election for Mary Brown, Judge Bloody Mary Brown. And she made an error on her ballot application and was thrown off the ballot. So I saw that as an opportunity. I found a retired lawyer who had been abused by this judge and family. He had clients that were just suffering under her.
Come on up. We've only got about 10, 15 minutes of this video. I've got it on 1.5 speed, but from what you hear here, you can still speak on. Be glad to have you up.
So he ran as a write-in candidate. Mary Brown ran as a write-in candidate, and the Democrats put up a write-in candidate. So we had 2 Republicans and a Democrat run. So in the primary, my guy's the only Republican running, so he automatically gets it. We get to the general, Mary Brown's the only Democrat left standing. So we have a write-in contest between a Republican and a Democrat. a lot of Republicans wrote in the name. It was a hard to spell name of this lawyer. A lot of them just wrote his first name or his last name. Anyway, all of these write-in ballots went up to the Texas Secretary of State because the Democrats challenged them. Listen to this. The Republican Secretary of State invalidated over 1/3 of the Republican votes in the race in order to get Mary Brown elected again.
So again, I've reiterated how many times that it's systemic through all jurisdictions. They play the same game template-wise and do the same plays over and over again of manipulating records. So in order to get back in, she just got rid of 1/3 of the votes.
These write-in ballots went up to the Texas Secretary of State because the Democrats challenged them. Listen to this. The Republican Secretary of State invalidated over 1/3 of the Republican votes in the race in order to get Mary Brown elected again. Let me say that again. The Republican Secretary of State invalidated 1/3 of the Republican votes in that race in order to get Mary Brown elected again. So it's very clear the donor class in the Republican Party wanted that Democrat back in office. At this point, I think I had been determined to be a test case. And I know
The donor party being the Republican Party. Remember, he's blaming this on Republicans, and I can very clearly see his point in this aspect, not the Democrats. They're the ones legislating this shit.
that the National Center for Lesbian Rights was showing up to the trials, and you would see them, court watching all the time. So a week after this Secretary of State did this, he resigned from office. So there was no way for the legislature to hold him accountable for doing this. To this day, the state of Texas has never officially pronounced Mary Brown as the winner of the election, even though she's serving as the judge. So there's been a whole bunch of Republicans.
What? You guys hearing that? You guys want to listen to that again?
Doing this. To this day, the state of Texas has never officially pronounced Mary Brown as the winner of the election, even though she's serving as the judge. There was no way for the legislature to hold him accountable for doing this. To this day, the state of Texas has never officially pronounced Mary Brown as the winner of the election, even though she's serving as the judge. There was no way for the legislature to hold him accountable for doing this. To this day, the state of Texas has never officially pronounced Mary Brown as the winner of the election, even though she's serving as the judge.
So who holds anybody accountable? Where is the accountability? I'm telling you, it's systemic.
So there's been a whole bunch of Republican malfeasance here in order to make sure that I lose my case in Texas. They were very happy that my ex-wife moved my son to California because they knew I'd probably follow. And I had been quite a thorn in the side of the Republican establishment in Texas to get that law passed. They did not want to pass that law. I made them pass that law. And I literally coerced them, like to the point where, I shut down the phone systems at the Capitol 3 times. They had to buy a new phone trunk, spent $250,000 to get a new phone trunk. Like I probably generated more grassroots political action than anybody in Texas history for that bill. And they really didn't want to pass it. It still took me 6 years to get it done. 3 legislative sessions, they wouldn't pass it. So finally, they get me out of Texas, and my ex-wife moves to California. I moved to California in its school district, recognizing California's crazy domestic violence laws. And I didn't tell you that she accused me of domestic violence, and we had a criminal trial that cost me $80,000. I was found not guilty in 15 minutes by the jury. But in Texas, that's the win button. If you're ever found guilty of domestic violence, you can never have custody of a child again. So anyway, so I had a criminal trial. So I know California's crazy with its domestic violence laws. So I moved in the school district, but still 30 minutes away from my ex-wife. So I couldn't be accused of stalking or anything, because I wanted to have a chance of at least getting some visitation time with my son. I know if I lived in a school district, I had a better chance. So I'm maintaining 2 residences, one in Texas, one in California. It's super expensive. I get into, California has this weird structure in family court. You get 3 judges in family court. You get a supervising judge, something called a home court judge, and you get a trial judge. So we went to the home court judge, Judge Kazadi, in the LA Superior Court. Judge Kazadi's taking my side in the hearing. We're basically saying, hey, we want an open court. The other side is saying we have to close the court. You can't have any press, no court watchers. Everything has to be sealed. California doesn't allow that in their law. There's no reason in California you can have closed courts at all. So Judge Kazadi was all on my side. And then she gets a text on her phone.
You can't have closed courts in California like they did in Texas, where they tried to issue the gag order. California doesn't accept the gag order. Remember Aaron Spencer? They already know the appellate court's not going to allow it. So obversely, they just say, okay, you're free to record. She halts the hearing, says, we'll be back in 30 minutes. She recesses, come back in 30 minutes. She doesn't say anything else. She says the case is sealed. Goodbye. Seal the case. That was it.
Once the case was sealed, I was never able to electronically access any of my own legal filings or the legal filings of my ex. The case was actually deleted. It wasn't just sealed. They deleted it from the entire system.
So now, if you did record, it would only be considered hearsay because there's no official record backing it up.
So I've never had access to my own court documents. So I had to go into trial not even being able to access documents. It was terrible. Then they consolidate all the judges into one, and I get Judge Mark Uhas. He's my home court, supervising, and trial court judge all in one. They don't do that in Superior Court and Family Court. This trial was treated very specially by California. The first thing I asked for was an independent medical exam of my son. I asked for an independent psychiatric exam of my son, and I asked that both my ex-wife and me be subjected to forensic psychiatric examinations, not psychological, but psychiatric.
I think those are all very valid requests.
The judge denied all three. In particular, he said you cannot independently have a medical exam or a psych exam of your own son. You're just going to have to take whatever exam she has, whatever she decides, whoever she decides to take them to.
Showing unilateral bias.
Then I didn't get discovery because I wanted to know what her funding sources were. Like, okay, the law firm she used in Texas has a minimum retainer of $175,000. The Morris Forster law firm, I'm sure you know them in California. They're the people that like Winn for Google and Facebook and all these people. Their minimum retainer is $250,000, and they represented her in my federal case to get rid of the gag order. So, like, where's all this money coming from? Well, it turns out it's coming from all these donors I was telling you about earlier. They're paying for her legal fees, and so the judge said no, she doesn't have to tell you who's paying. You're entitled to all that when you go to trial. You get financial information on the other person, how much money they make, where all their income comes from.
All these donors for both political and commercial gain. All in the best interest of the child, though, right?
What their legal fees are, who paid the legal fees. You get all this information. So I went to trial with no discovery from the other side. But still, when I went into trial, I had a great expert. I had Miriam Grossman, who just destroyed the other experts. Like, it was actually embarrassing. She did a phenomenal job. My cross-examination of A.J. Eckert, who was the expert that they brought, it's a... what looked to me like would have been a perfectly decent woman, but she just makes a really ugly man. She thinks she's a man. And I just trapped her in all.
Interesting again. How many of these people are delusional, being born a man and being conditioned to be a woman, and women being conditioned to be a man? See, here's one that's a woman that was conditioned to be a man. So it's not just the ladies, but predominantly it seems like it, that are conditioning people to be women. And once in a while, there's a woman that's conditioned to be a man. Do you guys see the insanity that isn't just here or there? It's in every facet that comes at you in these kinds of situations. All in the best interest of the child, right? While each and every last one of them shows that they have some kind of emotionally conditioned ideology at risk. That's why they're coming forth and supporting. Each and every last one of them supports it, because without supporting it, they don't support themselves. It's a foundational principle in their delusion. They're building their own support ranks through the conditioning.
Logical contradictions with the transgender ideology and just destroyed her. Eventually, the judge actually just stepped in and said, Mr. Younger, your approach is emotionally abusive to the witness. And so I just stopped. I'd made my points. So the judge realized that he could not.
Emotionally abusive, huh? Unethical to emotionally condition a child because it's considered abusive. And now you're going to sit here and accuse him of being emotionally abusive to an adult. Do you guys not see the insanity?
Not rely on any of the transgender scientific evidence that was brought by the other side. So he said, I'm not going to consider any medical evidence brought by either side. We're not going to look at any of the transgender science. We're not going to look at any of this. The only thing I'm going to decide, he said, was who is acting in the best interest of the child. You see this same thing coming back? And they said, well, Mr. Younger's violated the gag order. He's told this court that he will never follow the gag order. Mr. Younger has indicated an unwillingness to visit his children because we gave him supervised visitation in LA County. Yeah, that's great. I have to fly to LA County, then I have to get a hotel, and then I have to visit my sons. So it's like $3,000 a visit. So again, they create the conditions where you can't comply, and then on the basis that you don't comply, they take your children. So he ruled that she was.
So it's financial warfare as a matter of separating the father and his standing in house, having his house in order, wanting to keep that house in order. And again, like he said in the other video, had he known some of these things before he married her, he'd have never married her.
Was acting in the best interest of the children, gave her the explicit authority to chemically castrate James, gave me supervised visitation. Even phone calls now have to be supervised. So every phone call costs $500, and which means you can't do it. And even then I have to affirm that he's a girl. And that's what happened in late December or mid-December when the trial ended. And I'm pretty sure she doesn't have to notify me of anything, but I'm pretty sure right after that, she chemically castrated him with puberty blockers. They had every intention of going forward with cross-sex hormones. I just don't know when. And I'll give you an example.
And so he was chemically castrated. Like I said, his junk don't work no more. It's still there. It has not been amputated. But as the stats show, that 98% that get chemically castrated go through with the surgical procedure.
Of a conversation that's recorded verbatim in the medical records. They asked my son, remember he's 12, do you want to have children later in life? And he answered yes. It's very unusual for a child that age to say that. And they said, well, we can, when we remove your testicles, we can harvest the sperm from your testicles and you can have a baby as a woman later in life. This is what they're teaching my son. So once I saw that in the medical records, I stopped.
You can have a baby as a woman later in life. You can have a baby as a woman later in life. There is no record of a man being able to carry a baby to full term. No record. So when they say things like this, are you going to believe it? I urge people to think about the consequences and the disturbing facts relevant to what's going on right before your eyes. Remember in the beginning of the video, we talked about the little Albert experiment and how it was Pavlov's experiment transformed or transferred from experimenting on dogs and emotionally conditioning them to people, specifically babies, and emotionally conditioning them before somebody else does. And that, folks, is again why I say it's your responsibility. You're the ones giving it up. It's your responsibility to condition your children humanely, in their best interest, born as a girl and fulfilling women's roles when they're an adult by teaching them the spiritual essence of that role of a woman, working in balance with the roles of men, being raised in the ways of boys so they too can complement each other, instead of sitting there dismissing each other and saying, no, I'd rather be a lesbian. No, I'd rather be a homosexual. No, to your true being. Look at a dog. Do you need to ask a dog if it's male or female?
paying child support. The position of the court is that I have to pay for the chemical castration, sexual mutilation of my child as medical child support. So remember the three principles. I said I would never harm my son. I said I would never morally miseducate my son. And I said I would never allow my resources to be used to harm my son. Those are the three principles that I started out with here. So I will never pay child support again. I'm not going to do it on moral grounds. And, my guess is that eventually will put me in the California prison system eventually. But I'm not going to hurt my son. That's where we are right now. I'm going up on appeal right now, but the appellate court is doing all kinds of shady things. There was 2 letters transposed in a Word on one of the forms, and they denied my filings based on that. They said I have to have to fly to California and personally deliver the filings. I can't file electronically, even though California law says that the courts have to allow electronic filing.
Absolutely. Modern convenience of technology of electronic filing and equal protections of the law among the states. 2006 Electronic Records Act. They better get up to date. That's some bitches, 19 years old? These people are 19 years behind. And again, at that point, I want to remind you, 1974 or 1978, when this gender transition stuff was deemed to be harmful. And no one's disputed it yet. Not with any confidence or record that would prove it to be otherwise.
They're just doing everything they can to prevent me from going up on appeal because, frankly, the trial court judge, Mark Uhas, just violated the law left and right. So that means the appellate court's going to have to violate the law left and right. And then when I go to the California Supreme Court, they're going to have to violate the law left and right. And that allows me to go into federal court where I could actually win. And they know that.
Wow, that's dizzying.
So even though he's been along a long path, and it's been 11 years, going on 12, it seems like it's going to go on for more, right? See, this is a financial warfare to take him out of all finances that allows him to go through with this. Again, one of the prime examples of why I don't believe it be the right court of equity, where you put your foot down and bring in Deuteronomy 24/7 and let it be known that we're not going to deal with these administrative commercial courts, whether you want to call it a family court or not. We're going to sit down. We're going to have us a judicial declaration right here and now. Estoppel. Done with the insanity.
So you're looking at a future where on one trajectory you win in federal court and on another trajectory you end up in prison.
Or both. Could be both. Yep. So, but I'm not going to pay child support. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to evade it in every which way possible. I'm going to commit every criminal contemptible offense in order to avoid my resources being used to hurt my son. I'm just not going to hurt my son.
And again, he says evade, where there's a distinct difference in the terminology of evade and avoid. And so it's just a matter of knowing that he doesn't quite full know what's going on with the language yet, but he's certainly standing up there. He's learning, he's teaching, he's going through it with experience and using the experience for knowledge and wisdom and going forth even further. You can be afraid, but just do it.
I'm not going to do it. Nobody's going to coerce me into doing that.
When was the last time you saw him?
It's been 2.5 years now.
Any idea how he's doing?
I don't know for sure. I think he's been thoroughly brainwashed. He's also been medicated. They put him on that Vivance stuff. He's on Vivance. He's also on ADHD drugs. She put him on ADHD drugs when he was in 3rd grade because he didn't want to wear a dress. So she put him on ADHD drugs so he'd be compliant.
So like I said, when it comes to the hormone blockers and stuff, that's a chemical alteration so that the conditions will change, and thus it's a conditioning. They're changing the conditions through a chemical application of the physical body, which within it contains the mind, and therefore also alters the mind. before it's of the adult age and fully developed. So again, the imperative here is to comprehend that they are altering an undeveloped mind, destroying the true nature, character, and spirit of the very being that they're supposed to be protecting and looking out for the very best interests of. Sick.
He's on which is basically cocaine for all practical purposes. So he's on cocaine and Vivance, and it's basically a kind of brainwashing, chemical brainwashing is being done to him.
Wow. Okay. And here you were trying to give them a boy-friendly upbringing that allowed them to get their energy out. And I wonder what it's like for his brother.
Well, again, let me try to illustrate this through a narrative. I think you can really get a sense for my boys, and you get a sense for what's really happening just from hearing facts that happened. So, I took them to see their grandmother, my mom. And my mom told them what they thought were all these tall stories. Well, they thought I was telling them tall stories all the time about my boyhood, because I grew up in rural Texas, up in the Panhandle, which is a flat plains area. Apache used to roam there, and in fact, the Apache Comanche were finally defeated by the Texas Rangers just 50 miles from where I lived. So the Range Wars were finally ended right there. And I grew up pretty poor. I was responsible as a boy for bringing home food twice a week by hunting, to help feed the family. So before I was old enough to get a rifle, I got my first rifle when I was 13. Before I was old enough to get a rifle, I used to, my uncle showed me how to make an Apache throwing stick, which is kind of it's like a boomerang, but it's not symmetrical. It's got the crook is, off to one side. You know what I mean? And I used to hunt rabbits and.
So he sounds real traditional to like a homestead type man, boy growing up in his youth in the 60s and 70s. That's what it seems like to me.
And bring home rabbits all the time. Bring home 3 or 4 rabbits for the pot, and we'd eat those. And so they hear all these stories, during the summers, I just go camping for a couple of weeks and come home. I go out for a couple of weeks, just come home. I just walk in Paladura Canyon, camp out in the canyon, hunt rabbits, find wild corn and stuff. And that's how I lived, I grew up like that. And so they hear all these stories from my mom, and they're like, these are not just tall tales, Dad. Like, these are not exaggerations, and my mom had all these pictures of me with my throwing stick and rabbits and stuff. And so they said, well, we want to hunt rabbits. So I actually got them hunting boomerangs from Hawaii. And we used to go, there's no season for rabbits where I live in Texas. So we just go out to the creek and just go hunting rabbits. I taught them how to track and everything. So we've been out there. We were completely filthy dirty. We're piling into the house, and so we all, just like men do, we're going to take a shower before we go to the dinner table because we don't want the women folk to, have to endure that. So we all pile into the shower. We're all cleaning up, and he just points down at James's penis and he says, he's a boy. How come they keep telling me I have to say he's a girl? And at that time, the court had me under an injunction where I could not tell my son whether it was a boy or a girl. I was actually under.
So like I said earlier, you can look at a dog and tell that it's a boy. His brother, the same age, could look at him and say, hey, you're a boy. Even the brother had the natural reason and logic to say, hey, you're a boy. Amazing shit, huh? Kind of like the one daughter, he posed as being playing the role of the mother over the mother herself as a daughter. They had somehow seemingly switched roles. This here, the little boy, his brother, seems to have a greater role as an adult in his childhood to be reasonable enough and logical enough to say, hey, he's a boy.
Court order for about a year where I couldn't tell him. So I said, well, before you go to bed, I read you in Genesis up to the creation of man and woman. I do that every night. I said, what do you think? And he said, well, he's definitely a boy. And so I realized in his mind, it's like I taught him not to lie. And he's going, well, okay, when am I supposed to lie? And I think it's been morally damaging to him. And I think he's had to give into it and kind of essentially play along with a false persona with his mother, because he told me many times he was afraid of her. So I think he's just playing along, and I think it's been morally damaging to him.
How old were your sons during this memory that you just shared?
They were.
I might tend to be afraid of a woman trying to convince my brother he's a girl too. I think she's kind of loony and insane. Kind of makes me wonder about the one that's being transitioned if he in fact is not in fear of his mother as one of those conditions. Remember, she says she's not going to love him if he's not a girl. That's one of those things he fears. The loss of love.
6 years old.
The memories you do share Seems like they were really soaking up your fathering.
Yeah, I mean, I sorely miss my boys. I really wanted family. It just didn't work out for me. But I wanted my sons to go on and have big families, 6, 7 kids. Just to have that joy of that, because I think in the modern world, it's something that's missing from the lives of a lot of men, and I wanted my boys to have it.
Something that's missing from the boys or from the lives of a lot of men is having a family, to see that it carries on so their boys and daughters can become big families. My mom and dad were both big families. My mom had 7 brothers and sisters. My dad had 13 brothers and sisters. And somehow this system failed so much that a foster care and adoption system was taken in place of placing those children who were cast out or taken out, where the family structure was destroyed. And rather than putting them with other family members, they were put into a public foster care and adoption system, despite the fact that there were 20 other families out there as next of kin. See, it's the family that's being destroyed. It's the big families that they can't have, because it's the big families. The bigger you are as a family, the stronger you stand in opposition to a government that would be despotic over you, putting that false patriotism as the utmost of your national pride.
I hope they can find a way to that. Hopefully, when they're adults and we can spend some time together, we can help them, get that done. But I'm having a moral quandary myself. Like I'm at a point where I believe in holy matrimony, but it's pretty clear to me that civil marriage is something that no man can enter. The laws that regulate marriage are simply too dangerous for men to enter. I mean, look at me. The
laws of marriage are too dangerous for men to enter. See, me entering into a marriage is one of the things that destroyed my family. Entered into a marriage, certainly with the wrong woman. Yet I have a companion of almost 16 years now, done without a state marriage license. That's not for men. A real man doesn't fall down and become cuck, a bitch-ass slave to a false patriarch to enforce that he has a union with a woman. He does so through his actions.
My entire retirement's been spent. I can't see my kids. My kids are being raised in values that disgust me. And I'm looking at the prospect of going to prison just because I don't want to hurt my kids. Like, when we reach a point where the laws are doing that to fathers, it's hard for me to recommend to my sons that they get married. And I've had a lot of my followers on X. I have 75,000 followers on X, and I had a bunch of them in Austin contact me. And I went down there and had lunch with these guys, and they've all seen their fathers' lives just completely destroyed in family court. And they have come together in kind of a consortium, and they're going down to Argentina, and they're getting surrogates. They're not getting married because they want to have children in such a way that they can't be legally taken from them. And then I have a friend of mine who contacted me from the UK, and there's
a surrogate mother that doesn't have any rights beyond the incubation of the father's seed. Once that's done, he goes home with his child. Her duty's over.
3 businesses that have been formed in the UK to help men get surrogates so they can have children in a way that it can't be taken from them. So I keep telling, Republican legislators and lawmakers and anybody that will listen, conservatives anywhere, even if you're not conservative, if you just love families, you have got to reform the laws in this country to give fathers the ability to be secure in their posterity. And if you don't, I think you're just going to lose the family altogether. I think men are just not going to participate anymore.
I hear you, Jeff. My personal opinion, surrogacy is not the way. It is not right.
No,
Bring
of course
children
not.
into this world with
No.
attention to deprive them of their natural parents. But we have a massive problem on our hands. I hear you. And if this were a different conversation, maybe we would be talking about you know, what advice you would have given to your younger self in terms of the qualities you were looking for in a woman, the red flags that you missed, because I don't think that the moral of the story is all women are evil and out to take men's rights away from them, take their children and take their money. That's not the moral of the story, right? We want to restore the sanctity of family, and that relies on.
No, the moral of the story is that everybody's complicit. Everybody's willing to be a bitch ass slave to a false patriarch that says, hey, your emotions count as long as you follow these conditions. And then those conditions, through those policy changes, the manipulation, the bearing of the false witness, on both sides of the counter, you and them, those willing to be Hitler's willing executioners usually apply for other services beyond their own job by applying to other Hitler's willing executioners. See, everybody's just doing their job, not giving a fuck about the reality of their real power and duty in life. Inherently, as a family, again, it's the large families that can throw off a despotic government because they inherently learn how to work together as that family and keep that strong familial bond in being brought up in the ways of the Lord, remaining in their truth.
Trust. And so we need to find a way to help people have relationships where they are safe to trust. But I really hear you, and I'm so sorry for what's happened to you.
I have to admit, I do take issue with the idea that it's purely an issue of personal trust. I think the laws incentivize this kind of stuff. And conservatives used to understand this about incentives, how welfare, for example, the welfare system destroyed the black family by removing fathers from the house. You couldn't get welfare benefits if there was a father in the house, right? And conservatives used to talk about these things. But when we talk about marriage in general and the crisis of fatherlessness, you have over half of children now being raised in fatherless homes. We crossed that threshold 4 years ago. That to me is a result of incentives in the laws that can be fixed. They can be fixed.
Half of the children being born are being raised in fatherless homes now. So who's there to set the house in order? If there's no father of the house and the woman is dependent upon that false patriarch and willing to do that false patriarch's bidding, is that false patriarch's bidding to allow the women to socially condition the children to be dependent upon that very false patriarch? Instead of throwing off that despotism, they feign that the father is the true despotic authoritarian.
Fathers have, because you can't, it's the most important decision you'll ever make is to have kids. And it's the most fulfilling thing that will ever happen to you is when you hold your children when they're born. It's the most important thing you'll ever do. Not your business. Nothing that you do will ever come.
I was the first one to have my son. Almost fainted when he landed in my hands. And it's much like he said earlier, there's some kind of connection when there's that body-to-body contact, even with the father. Because like he explained in the earlier bit, that she had eggs implanted and therefore wasn't actually the biological mother. And so when the one baby was having problems, it was him that cradled him in his arms, and he got better.
Pair, having those children. And to ask people to have that rest on the emotional state of another person is not sufficient. And our laws used to not do that. Our laws used to not do that. What do you say? Rest on the emotional state of another person?
And when they rest on the emotional state of a mother who is conditioning the children to that same emotional state, and the system allows for the separation of the father and the continuance of that emotional conditioning, that is the atrocity. That is the loss of the knowledge of setting thine house in order, again, without any government ever being mentioned.
I'll do that. We had a change of laws in the 1980s, and there was a federal program called Title IV-D, which created incentives in the states. The states actually make money from the federal government for every divorce, and they make a lot of money. In Texas, it's $500 million a year. Yes. So for every dollar of child support that's issued, the states get 66 cents from the federal government. That's why you never get equal custody, because if there's equal custody, there's no child support, and the state loses money. I provide to the state of Texas, when I was paying child support, about $36,000 a year in revenue to the state. So just me paying my ex-wife child support created that revenue for the state in federal reimbursements. We need to take away those incentives, from the states. Yeah.
We need to wrap up soon, but I want to give you one more opportunity to share whatever message you want people to take from this.
Well, your children aren't safe from the transgender menace. The schools transition my son secretly. It's very clear the courts will side with the parent that wants to transition the child, not the other way around. The most important thing is that in your state, in your schools, and in your county, you make sure that this stuff is illegal.
One more opportunity to share whatever message you want people to take from this.
Well, your children aren't safe from the transgender menace. The schools transition my son secretly. It's very clear the courts will side with the parent that wants to transition the child, not the other way around. The most important thing is that in your state, in your schools, and in your county, you make sure that this stuff is illegal.
One more opportunity to share whatever message you want people to take from this.
Well, your children aren't safe from the transgender menace. The schools transition my son secretly. It's very clear the courts will side with the parent that wants to transition the child, not the other way around. The most important thing is that in your state, in your schools, and in your county, you make sure that this stuff is illegal. You make sure that it is not legal for the government to assist it, and make sure it's not legal for parents to do it to their children. And there's another thing I learned, this right of privacy thing. You have to be very careful about leaving your children alone with licensed care providers. I know that my ex-wife, I've had people contact me who used to take their children to her as a pediatrician. And they would, they have this period in every well check now where the pediatrician asks you to leave the room so they can talk to your children in private. And my ex-wife was pushing transgender and gender transition on children during those well checks. So you cannot leave your children alone with licensed care providers. You need to be extremely vigilant about it, because it's being pushed still. You think you've won maybe with Trump, but you haven't. You have to be very careful about leaving your children alone with licensed care providers. I know that my ex-wife, I've had people contact me who used to take their children to her as a pediatrician. And they would, they have this period in every well check now where the pediatrician asks you to leave the room so they can talk to your children in private. And my ex-wife was pushing transgender and gender transition on children during those well checks.
Again, I remind you, she's a pediatrician who in this Christian society took an oath to Apollo and the Greek god, promising not to harm anybody. And here, she's conditioning children outside of her own.
So you cannot leave your children alone with licensed care providers. You need to be extremely vigilant about it, because it's being pushed still. You think you've won maybe with Trump, but you haven't. It's still all over the education institutions. And so be super vigilant about that. And don't let people secretly transition your kid. And one of the things that I talked to a lot of parents that have contacted me is a lot of their girls especially have been exposed to this stuff online. There's simply just no excuse, in my opinion, for a parent to allow a child unfettered internet access until they're an adult. So I know with my children, you could access like online games or whatever, but it had to be in a public area. You couldn't do it in your room or anything like that. And so you got to be really careful, I think, with children online. And I don't think parents really are. I know a lot of parents that think they are and they're not. So that's something that I would leave as well. Learn from me. If you get into the court system on this, you'll probably lose. So the best thing is prevention, and don't get into the court system.
Jeff.
Best thing is prevention, and don't get into the court system. I'm telling you, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. You need to start learning. You need to start waking up. And I'm telling you, don't believe me. Don't believe the neighbor. Don't believe the government. And for crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Do your research so you know. This shit's happening every day. It takes decades to resolve when it should be already done. Anyone caught stealing one of the children of the brethren of Israel and making merchandise of him shall be put to death. These people should be hung according to their very own Christian cultural following of scriptures in their supreme law of the land. These are truly, in my opinion, acts of treason and sedition for emotional grandeur in a popularity contest about who's who. What about the children? It's where all these adults come from, right? Anyway, you guys know me. I love you. But I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back. That's to say, I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you don't respect me. That part's on you. So may your God love you and bless you, and we'll see you again next time.